Good to see everybody here this morning. And I call this meeting of the Bastrop Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present and that this meeting has been duly called. And the notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. We've had no one to sign up for open forum, so that'll take us into our team building, board priorities, superintendent's performance goals, as well as review team operation procedures and evaluate and improving student outcomes. Welcome everybody to our 2024 Trustees Leadership and Team Building. As part of our team, as part of our board required continuing education, we participate in an annual team building and self-evaluation process with the superintendent and members of the cabinet team. At this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Edwards to get us started by reviewing our agenda for this morning's meeting. Mr. Edwards.
All right. Well, thank you, and good morning, everyone. We sincerely appreciate you getting your schedule set up so that you could all be here and devote this time to this process. It is one of your volunteer requirements, and one of the primary duties that you all do, which is evaluating myself and our team. So, again, I appreciate it. And so let's take a look at the agenda really quick. You have a binder. You can follow along with your binder, and then we will also be doing the slideshow so you can look at both places, take notes in your binders as you please. So first, let's take a look at the board operating procedures, and we're going to consider a couple of important items. We're on, just turn the page, we're behind tab 1. Bless you. And you should, let's see here. Yeah, right there on the agenda side. Second, we're going to examine what it means to be a team and how functional teams make a difference towards continuous improvement in our school district. Third, we'll complete a required training and evaluating improvement student outcomes. If you all recall, we do that every other year. Then members of my cabinet will take us through the review of our 23-24 school year, and we'll look at the new performance goals aligned to the district improvement plans. As you'll remember, back in September, we did the district improvement plan and campus improvement plan, so we won't get into super detail on that during this meeting. And then finally, as we do every year, we'll go into closed session. You guys will do your self-evaluation and then in turn evaluate me as well. So that's what we have set up for us today. Again, like I said, you can follow along in your binder and up on the screen. And please, if there's any questions, comments, please feel free to just jump in. So as I said, first of all, we're going to start with our board operating procedures. These bullets here are, as you know, these are the procedures that guide how we do our business. And so these 5 that I have starred are the ones that I think are important to review every single year. But this is also the time that we can make modifications to it if we think that's necessary. So the first one is board member visits to campus, and you can flip the pages to page 6 of your board operating procedures. And the reason I highlighted that is primarily because I just want to continue to encourage you to get out and visit. Our principals, our teachers, our kids, they love it. And I've seen many of you at many different events, and it's fantastic. I just want to continue to encourage you to do that. And again, as always, remind you, use really good judgment when you're asking questions of the staff, because regardless of how friendly you are, you're still a board member, and they're going to feel a little bit intimidated. We've never had that issue, but it's just always worth noting. So again, we appreciate you getting out there. On page 7, I think it's important each year to continue to just talk about communication, because that's the number one thing that really when we have issues, it really centers around communication. And I mean issues whether it's at the campus level or between us. So I've highlighted 3 and 4. You know, when you receive messages from constituents, we've talked about this a lot, don't forward it to the rest of the board. You all are great at that because that can be considered a quorum and you're conducting business. And then we're on page 7. And then on 4, if the board member wishes to provide information to the entire board, that's permissible, but you send it to me. and then I'll send it to them. And the reason is people could construe that as you all trying to conduct business outside of the boardroom. And of course, that's illegal. So that's the reason I highlighted that one. On page 8, evaluation of the board. In your policy in BG local, you all see that there's a value of self-evaluation, and so we'll do that in closed session. That's not a requirement. That is up to you all, but that's what's in our policy at this time. And so I think it's important for us to look at those things and talk about them some, just to see how we're functioning as a unit, as a team of 8. So that's the reason I highlighted that one. When we look at inquiries to the board, again, as you all know, this does happen. People will email you, and you guys do a great job of responding back to them singularly and getting it to me. We always respond and then try to get back to you all to let you know how we resolve the issue with, remind them about due process. If it's a testy one, let them know that, yes, you're going to listen and gather the information and you'll pass it along. But were there to be a grievance, you probably don't want to go too far. So then you'd have to recuse yourself. And please always, always, always report it to me or one of the cabinet members, Dr. Lee, just so that we are aware and we can follow up with our principal or our police chief or whoever it is. So. And then finally, also part of our procedures that we review these every single year, make any additions or modifications or updates as we see necessary. And so at this point, what I'd like to do is, if there's something on your mind that we need to reconsider for our board operating procedures, this would be the time to do that.
And when in doubt on any of these, feel free to give me a call, or if I'm unavailable, you feel more comfortable, you could text Mr. Edwards, ask him to call you. I'd probably try to keep as much out of writing as possible, because sometimes we don't know the whole story behind maybe a situation that happened either at a school or campus personnel, something like that. So, because all that is subject to open records, emails or text.
Okay. Also part of your, yes, of course.
Yesterday, we were at an event where 4 of us were judging at the science fair. And so, of course, I just casually, asked Billy if this is okay. And since we weren't really, it was just a, a science fair, everybody's always there, so you're not really standing in group speaking. Is that still okay? Or should we always just be considerate and reduce ourselves to 3?
No, so we've had a discussion about this, I'm sorry. We were at Red Rock, there was 4 board members there, and kind of standing apart. We want all of you to be able to participate. The key is if the 4 of you are together, you cannot talk about business. You can't talk about the budget or any kind of issues. You can't do anything that would seem like you're conducting business. At a science fair, you're not. You're scoring sheets, you're, that kind of thing.
Yeah, we took a tour together out there to show us the space program and some of the work that was been done construction-wise and that, but it was the principal showing us this. It was very, Mr. Edwards pointing these things out. But then, we do try to, it's no different going to chamber luncheon or a chamber banquet, something just, but, for the perception of the taxpayers, we probably just don't want to all sit at the same table at the chamber banquet or sportsman's banquet or something like that.
Yeah, and I think that's very wise, because again, you snap a picture of it, and anybody could accuse you of conducting business, or this happened, and those 4 were together, and these 2 weren't, that kind of thing. So I agree with you wholeheartedly on that.
And then when we go get our hours in San Antonio, that's the state allows that, because there's other boards there, and we can sit together and we can talk about what we saw in class, or, hey, what do you think about this? That just helps out a lot, so.
And thank you. And then at the back of the board operating procedures, our outstanding Miss Noelia Rodea included the training for all the training that's required of you. She just does such a great job making sure that we're at the right places at the right time, and she monitors each one of your all's hours. And so we hadn't had this in it before, but I think it's good, because sometimes you'll forget what you have to get, so it's all here for you. And so that's an addition that I would like to recommend that we add to the procedures behind the calendar. So,
Is I need a vote or just?
No, I was just,
Oh, in this book alone, not in our monthly
correct.
calendar.
And this is probably
Of course, this is going to have to be updated constantly because they change the
the
rules.
state requirements, look,
Yes.
right.
Yeah. And again, when we get back and we do the self-evaluation, we will also share your hours. And those will come out public here in a couple months. So, but we're doing great. Everybody's on track.
Anybody opposed to putting this in there?
I do have one quick question. I mean, under the visit, the communications thing. Sometimes, and it talks about, in the school campus thing, there are some schools that invite us to things all the time, and there's some schools we never get invites to. I don't need an invite. I don't want it to look like we don't go to out there. You know what I mean? And I've had that said to me in the past, like, you never come to our school, and I'm thinking, well, I never get an invite. So I don't know, when we get these invites constantly from the same school over and over again, I'm happy to help. I don't want it to look impartial or something like that. So I don't know where to go with that, or if there's anything to do about that at all.
Dr. Mix, in some cases, it's the flavor of the campus where they extend these invites. It happens to those of us on cabinet as well. It's something that's important to the principal, but Noelia does a really good job of putting all kinds of things, in the week in review that you have the option to go to. If you would prefer, however, that we're working on actually a master list, the communications department is, with all the other departments, on creating a master list of sort of events. We can share that with you all, and that way you can pick and choose, or we can tell those campuses that you don't hear from that you'd really like to hear from them. We can make it work however is best for you all.
And it's a balance, I think. Dr. Mix and
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon both have children in each high school, and so you're involved, you're there, you're at events, and so
Yeah.
they understand that, and so, like I did one time, I wear a maroon and a blue tennis shoe at the same time.
Yeah.
Your daughter's volleyball game.
That's a thing.
I think having that list would be very helpful.
Sounds good. If you have just so that they open up and you can see something happening on campus, to do it.
Yeah, especially as spread out as everything is in this district, I feel like some areas get forgotten about a little bit, and what's closest to me I end up going to, So, just a thought.
And Noli does a great job, and you feel bad when you decline an invite,
Yeah.
but if you're not in town, you're not in town. And just remember, on any of the text or any of the emails, just don't reply to all.
Yeah.
Send a separate one. She does a great job of reminding us of that, too.
When she sends out something to all of us, we need to go and do a separate email just back to her.
Back to her, or a separate text, if she says, RSVP, and so, and I believe she's following that calendar. If you accept it, she's assuming you're going to be there. But sometimes I accept it, and just to have it on there in case I'm in town, or know what's going on, so.
And on that note, Dr. Mix, a lot of times what I'll say to them is, please invite me. I don't want to be disruptive, or let me know if you're doing something and you'd like me to be there. I help them, turn it back on them to help me. Because it is, when we show up, they do have to take time
Yeah.
to spend with us. And so usually we like to be invited, but it doesn't have to be the case. If you ever want to make a campus visit, I've talked to all of our principals. They really do like to show their schools off, so.
Okay. Thank you.
I think, too, one thing that, talking about communication, obviously, we hear things before Mr. Edwards does. And here lately, Chief is trying to get his arms around it, or their team is responding before they can give us any information to, get all the facts together, get the situation. If it's a bus wreck or something like that, or, a false call or a bomb threat or something like that. So, yeah, definitely, there's nothing wrong with, hey, did you hear about this, or let me know. But, Chief does a great job of, getting his arms around the situation before letting any information out. Because the public's already asking us.
Yeah.
Proper and correct information and rapid response.
And the rumors get out there fast. I mean, and it's even the information they get sometimes from dispatch is from locations and what's going on.
And that's exactly right. And we do not want to send something out that's not accurate, because then it's so hard to get it backed off. And so many times that initial report, how many times, Chief will tell you, we know it's not totally accurate. So we have to get there, get to the scene, get things, our message crafted and get it out. I think our communication department, though, they do a phenomenal job. Our responders, just recently, what a great job they did helping, another school that doesn't belong to us recently. The word, all the buzz about that was really not very accurate. And you can see the difference of they didn't have someone to help them control the message. But we're always willing to help. I'm telling you, we've offered them support in other ways
Yeah,
as well.
and keep in mind, you're dealing with the sheriff's department that is a shortage, okay, and you're in a booming community as well as a police department. They're always searching for officers here in town too, so they all work together in the main things, safety, security, and stuff. So.
Can I ask that we would, like, with the bus rack, I knew nothing, and I had people, texting me, calling me, asking what was going on, and I had no idea that it had happened. So if we could just get like a quick, hey, this has happened, we're collecting more information, because then when somebody texts me or calls me, I can say, you know what, we are in the process of collecting information, I am aware, but I look like an ass when I'm like, oh yeah, I sit on the board, but I had no idea there was an accident. So it just a heads up. I understand that we're still collecting information, and I can field that and say we are collecting, we're going out there, we are collecting information, but not knowing anything, kind
It might be a
of.
good response just for.
Understood.
all of us when we get off, a call about something we're not aware of, just say, hey, they're, on top of it, they're gathering information. Feel free to text, Mr. Edwards, or let them know, and then,
And you all do that, but I agree, especially that one was so visible.
Yeah, on 71.
It was,
yeah.
everyone saw it. A lot of you did text me. We can very well just get a text out, hey, there's a bus accident on 71,
We're headed
We're
in
on
that
it.
direction, we're on it.
and
That-
we'll, yeah.
that
Okay,
would
that's
be-
fair.
That would be so much easier.
Because again, that's the one where everyone saw it. I mean,
Yeah.
it was really, really visible, so, but, okay. Great feedback, thank you all. Let's move on to our next section behind tab 2. And we have a blank screen, but that's okay. So in your binder, you'll see there's a slide called Team of 8. And what we want to talk about during this slide, this is some of the team building, is what is it that helps people succeed? What is it that helps us meet our goals and our mission? So what we want to do is we're going to take a look at the wisdom of teamwork down through the ages, and we're going to share some quotes with you that are narrated by our students. All these voices are from our students. And what I would like to do after we hear these quotes and see them, have a discussion about which one of these quotes may have resonated with you more.
Teamwork is not a preference, it's a requirement.
If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
The strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack.
Talent wins games, but teamwork wins championships.
Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much.
No matter what accomplishments you made, somebody helped you. Don't aspire to be the best on the team, aspire to be the best for the team.
So as you heard those quotes and you have them in your binder, was there one that particularly resonated with any one of you? For example, the one that resonates with me is talent wins games, but teams win championships. And from my perspective, it's so critical to hire highly talented people. And the example I would give you is our principals. We have incredibly talented principals, and we have schools that excel. But if that one school excels in of itself, that's fantastic. but what does it do for the entire school district? And so being part of the team, that person can share their ideas. We've even modeled our principals meetings differently. We have what we call levels meetings so that they can have more time just to share ideas with each other. What they kept telling us is, Barry, Jennifer, Christy, we don't have enough time to interact with each other and talk about issues that are important to us. We always talk about the issues that are important to you, right? And so this is a way that we've helped do that. You get the talent, the answers are in the room talking to each other, and it's made a tremendous difference for our team. They're more cohesive. When you come to a principals meeting, you'll see them sitting in their groups, not cliques. You know, they're by grade level, and so grade band. So that's the one that resonates with me.
You know, and I like the one for the board member. You want to go fast, go long. You want to go far, go together. And I look at bond with us and facilities to get a bond and several bonds, and even our safety and security, growing our police department, and just changing curriculums, just everything. You know, we're working our way through COVID, getting the kids trying to caught back up, working on, you know, just our attendance and average daily attendance, and it's a process. And so even with a lot of these positions and things like that, you know, we're out looking to get the right talent. So it's one that resonates to me there.
Excuse me, the one that hits me is that no matter what, I think it's really important for us to realize that we can call on each other for that kind of support. We have questions, or we have an idea, or something maybe strikes us a certain way in a meeting or a conversation or something like that, that it's encouraged really to interact with one another, to build that accomplishment together, and to realize that we are here to help each other. Individually as well as a team. And I think that the teamwork starts on the individual level, and I expect to be able to have those relationships each individually with every other board member.
And thank you for that one, because that one really, that means a lot, because there's nothing that I, as the superintendent, can get done without everybody, without you all, without my team, without the principals, the teachers. It just doesn't happen. There's not one of us that does anything alone. So I appreciate that.
For me, it's the alone, we can do so little, together we can do so much. Mostly because in our training over the summer, or Leadership Institute, the guest speaker, I was able to read the book, Schools Can't Do It Alone. And so in the greater context of community building and us as board members having those fireside conversations with community members, not necessarily in a town hall fashion, but just being able to go to Red Rock Elementary and sit and talk to two engineers, you know, together or, you know, separately, and really just help them understand the state of the schools, right, in Bastrop. Particularly those who maybe have private school backgrounds or really don't understand a whole lot about public schools and what it takes to achieve success. So that one is big on my radar and has been for probably the last year. So
We just need to get the state to be with us.
yes.
All right, be nice.
Well, and I'll say
I hope they're
too,
listening.
on that one I like as well, because, you know, if you've been on the board long enough, you remember a team that didn't always respect each other 100% either. And so we may not always agree with each other, but, you know, the respect's there, and we know that, you know, I feel like everybody on this group has the same end goal in mind, and that's to support the, you know, BISD so it can be as successful as possible. So that's huge in my opinion, is that, you know, we are working together towards a common goal, even if we have different opinions, and that's really.
And we do, and Mr. Edwards, you and your team have done a great job of either surveying the staff or, you know, bringing it to us, how will this affect not only the students, but the staff, getting into closed sessions, and we're having these talks about what's the best decision, and you give us your recommendation. It's been very, thorough, accurate, definitely something to take into consideration. And so we may have a grand idea, and we may want to change policy, but how's it going to affect administrators enforcing it? What is, you know, they're going to spend all their time on dress code versus, you know, more time taken away from academics or possibly discipline, something like that. So.
what she had going against her in life and what she accomplished is absolutely amazing. And then I'm also reflecting on becoming a grandmother this year, and, you know, our children personally not being able to do it on their own. Like, they just, you can't do it by yourself. And so we come together as a family, we come together as a community, we come together as a school district to help our students, to help the people, because I can help someone, but if as a community we come together, what more can we do? So that was my perspective.
Any other thoughts on the board?
All right, thank you, and I think that's a great segue to the characteristics of a high-performing team. You've seen this before, we've used it in the past, put it on one page this year because I think it's so important to revisit this every time, and I think that we've, just through our discussion of our quotes, we covered some of these issues, but our characteristics. Trust is what's described as the most important one, and as you can see, it's the foundation of the successful pyramid. You know, Dr. Mix referred to the healthy conflict. Contrary to what people know, what they see when we come out as a united team and we vote, or you all vote, we've had discussion behind the scenes and we don't always agree. But we come back to what Mr. Muchnick was saying, we come back to what's in the best interest of kids, what's in the best interest of moving the district forward. So we do have healthy conflict. The commitment to what we're trying to achieve. I think the hardest part about the commitment is not necessarily being committed to we want best things for kids. It's commitment to the process. It takes time. This is a big organization, and it doesn't change overnight. You have to stick to your processes and believe in what you're doing. And then we have to hold each other accountable, which certainly we do. We're accountable to the results. And so then when you look at the flip side of that, obviously, if we start to break trust, we have absence of trust. Again, Dr. Mix referred to this. We've been around long enough that we've experienced that. And it's such a distraction and it gets in the way. Or artificial harmony. Yeah, I disagree. You know, that kind of thing. Ambivalence. Or avoiding topics because you just don't agree and you're just going to avoid it and you're not going to put your 2 cents in. And it's been a while since we have had an ego problem, but you all know, if you know someone that has an ego issue, it's very detrimental to a team and what can do. So as we consider student outcomes and the extent to which we accomplish our objectives that we set last year, let's take a look back as we move into the priority goals that we set last year. Let's take a look back at our 23-24 goal performance.
Sorry to interrupt, but just in reference to the healthy conflict of trust and commitment, at the board meetings, like you said, we vote, and we've already had those conversations prior to that. And to me, it's very important that the public perception is that we are unified and that we all do express our opinions, and there may not always be a 7-0 vote, but it's always going to be that we have the same goal in mind, and I think it's very important for the public to perceive us as a unified board and not as a fractious or individualized ego approach to what we're doing. That's what that, and I certainly hope we can continue that.
Thank you. And I think what's lost in that comment, Mr. Moore, is that I don't think the people realize how much work you all do behind the scenes before you even show up to that meeting. Our community and our constituents, they see that one snippet, that agenda item for those 10, 15-minute presentations, a little bit of discussion and a vote. They really don't understand, and you guys make light of it sometimes, that you get a 500-page binder that you've tried to study, you've studied. Many of you take notes and you call us and we give you feedback, and we do our very best to bring us all to consensus, because we want to make the best decision, and it takes the team of 8, it takes all of us to make that best decision. And so I do want to take the moment for our community here, the amount of work that goes on behind. You know, I cannot stand when I hear, oh, it's just a rubber stamp board. That is just couldn't be further from the truth. There is a lot of prep that goes into every single meeting. We spend a lot of time giving you the most concise, relevant information. And so, thank you for that. And, questions are always welcome. You all know that. Thank you for bringing that to light. So let's take a look back. This document is very familiar to you. This is the board superintendent priorities that we established last year. As a reminder, we have our strategic plan, which is the global look that our citizens came together and created. Then you bring that down to the district improvement plan and the campus improvement plans. Then you take it a step further. These are the areas that we as a team of 8 have really zeroed in on. These are the things that we're going to do all the other things, but these are the ones that we really want to pay closer attention to. And there's the 4: primary, safety, security, and discipline, academic achievement, facilities and operations, and relationships. The emblems or logos that are over the top show you how they connect back to our strategic plan, to show you our alignment of the things that we're doing. These aren't separate documents, they're all in alignment. So what I'd like to do now is walk you through how we met this past year. And I'm going to say this again about my team. When I sit down to get ready for this evaluation and the work that they put in preparing and getting ready for this, it's going to be very evident to you and to our community that we are meeting these objectives. And so, again, I want to thank, again, publicly my cabinet, our principals and teachers and staff for all their hard work. So let's take a look at it in a visual terms first.
What did you say?
I'm talking about how much work y'all were doing on digging that hole.
Really did. Hot.
I loved it.
We all hated it except Carol. She loves the sun. She bakes.
I do.
Okay, want to take just a minute to remind everybody, as you're making any comments through the presentation, be sure to speak into the microphone because online they cannot hear everybody. So just make sure to do that so we're being friendly for the recording. So we're going to start out with the first of those 4 areas on the board superintendent priority document that Mr. Edwards talked about. Safety, security, and discipline. So I want to assure you that we have maintained consistent use of a full range of disciplinary consequences, and that does include sometimes suspensions or classroom removal. We do that by following the district decision-making process, and we have worked really, really hard over the last couple of years to make sure that our assistant principals and our principals are comprehensively trained so that we're doing the same thing across the district. It's not exactly identical, of course, from campus to campus, but that is our goal, to develop and maintain consistency, and we have done that. As you can see, classroom removals decreased 9% for secondary over the last year and 44% for elementary school. That could be attributed to, at the elementary level, opening 2 new elementary schools, so you're reducing enrollment across the campuses and therefore reducing the sizes of classrooms. Also, I think that's attributed to enhanced teacher training that we have done, especially with our District of Innovation teachers who aren't coming to us necessarily with comprehensive classroom management skills, and so we've worked really hard to do that. The vaping and controlled substances decreased from 532 offenses in the previous school year to 483, a 10% reduction. Some of this could be attributed to changes in the law and how we code vaping and e-cigarettes. Some of it also is, I think, some education that we've provided to students, and I think to parents, and just in the news media in general about vaping. And we hope we will continue to see declines in vaping. Continuing to reinforce safe, respectful, responsible expectations for all students in the 5 core competency areas, and those, are self-awareness and self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and how to make responsible decisions. These are conversations that we have with kids on a consistent and regular basis. And our employers tell us that they want these skills also. So the things that we're teaching kids now about the proper ways to interact and behave with each other carries into the workforce. We created a new staff position this year focused on student attendance. Our goal was both to improve academic achievement, but also simply to improve attendance, because that is how we are funded as a school district. And so without that funding, it's hard to do all of the things that we do here. And so that's important. And so we have focused on that. And we've seen at this point right now, compared to at this point last year, nearly 1% higher. And our goal is 94%, so we're right there. And we want to maintain that. And so to do that, we use an attendance dashboard that is updated every single day. So it is real time. Our principals can see it, our assistant principals, counselors, those of us here at the service center. We're constantly focused on attendance because we know what it means to have kids in classrooms for their academic learning. And we have, November was our first month to do an attendance contest, so you may have seen the winners out on social media. They were super happy that they're competing with each other. Elementary schools are competing, who's the best at attendance. So we'll have something different every single month to keep our parents and our kids focused on attendance. We've also continued to use MTSS, or multi-tiered systems of support. The screener that we do with all students helps us to identify high-risk students so that we can intervene early if we're seeing some behaviors that might lead to problem behaviors in the classroom. We want to provide supports and helps to kids before they get to that point where it's a problem for them and for our teachers. Supporting the mental health needs of students, for sure, with social workers and social worker interns, including expanded partnerships. So you guys have approved a couple of more MOUs this year to bring in social worker interns. And so we hope to bring that back in the future as the budget allows, where we have actual social workers everywhere, as we want to hire these interns so that they become social workers for us. Our wraparound services are extensive for our migrant, McKinney-Vento, which are the students who are experiencing transition or homelessness, our foster care students, a whole range of things that we do to ensure that they can remain in school and be successful. This year we partnered, I don't remember the name of the company, but we partnered with a company that came in and provided 20 or 18, so nearly 20 immunization clinics that improved our compliance for immunization from 91% to 98% this year. So that was a great partnership. And I'm going to turn it over to Chief now to talk about that area.
So again, I appreciate all that y'all do for us and the support that you give us. I want to, I let everyone know that I run across in our community that we have meetings with, that because you are so supportive, Mr. Edwards is so supportive, it allows us to be there and help support the schools as we should. And so I believe that the officers are an integral part of maintaining that safe and secure environment. Again, I always tell everybody safety is a feeling, not a guarantee. And so I want to make people feel as safe as they humanly possibly can. And the more you see an officer, the safer you feel. And so that I want them up and about and moving as much as they possibly can. And part of that is they do those weekly door audits. That makes them go to every door on their entire campus and verify that those doors are working properly. And if they're not, then they report it to the school admin. They send an email to myself and Ted Coleman, and we make sure those doors are fixed immediately. And so when we talk about performing informal counseling, so I want kids to see an officer in uniform and to feel comfortable with them, that they're just not the cop on the beat. This is community policing 101. They should know their kids should know them. I want those kids to feel comfortable enough where they'll come up and just talk to the officer. And the officer can give them a tidbit of information as adults, mentors, not a true counselor. But if the kid needs counseling service, refer them to that counseling service if they need. I want them to be, again, I tell them always, the number one thing that you can do is build those relationships. Number two, be present, visible, and approachable. Make sure that they see you and don't become consistent in where you are every day. They know you're a flower on the wall, that's where you're going to be every day. That's not where you're going to be every day. You're going to be moving and about and circling the campus and making sure that you meet with your school administrators to find out where potential problems are. I tell them all the time, you know where there's 500 kids in a lunchroom, that's probably a good place for you to be. You know when the buses are loading, that's probably a very good place for you to be. And so they understand that. And again, I tell them all the time, you're a support service. And so to be there, and we've partnered with area local law enforcement with training, and we do that regularly with the county and DPS. Just over the Thanksgiving break, we had DPS put on what's called SWORD, Single Officer Response Deployment, where we had officers attend that. They went to the range one day, and then they did the second day out at Camino Real Elementary, where they understand that, yep, you want to go in as a team when you do things, but sometimes that team's not coming anytime soon, so you have to do it by yourself. You're the lone wolf now. You got a job to do. Go do the job. You signed up for it. And again, I try to tell them all the time, in law enforcement, when you first start into the police academy, people tell you the most important thing you do at the end of every shift is go home. Not when it comes to these babies, it's not. The most important thing you can do at the end of every shift is make sure those babies go home. And so your stuff comes secondary. And that single officer response deployment teaches them how to do things tactically sound by still taking care of what has to be taken care of. And so we did that over the Christmas break. We'll do it again come spring break. We'll do it again over the summer. We do what's the typical alert one, where we do it as teams. We do a race, which is the outside environment. We do AIR, which is an active integrated response. It's where we train with EMS, fire, the the ambulance service and law enforcement together. And so we want to make sure we're as prepared as we possibly can. Yesterday, I was over at Bastrop High School, and the DPS trooper came, and we walked the campus, talked the campus, and so we really encourage them to see these schools, to get to know, again, I don't want them just to be the typical cop on the beat, because most of the interactions people have with law enforcement are negative. It's, I got called to my house, I got stopped, my mom got a traffic ticket, my dad got a traffic ticket, something bad happened. I don't want that to always be the case. I want them to see that there's officers out here that really, truly care about them, and it's not just those negative environments. We enhanced the position of safety and security coordinator. As y'all know, the state of Texas put additional mandates, and those mandates just continue. And they've got a new system called Sentinel where we have to upload a lot of information and keep track of a lot of things. And so we really enhanced that position as far as getting it more involved, as far as making sure all these state mandates are done, making sure the drills are done, and keeping up with all the necessary training. We expanded the police force to a total of 19 sworn. That's what our authorized strength is, and I think we're the only agency in the area that is full up, and it speaks volumes for this board. Again, pay is always one thing, but support is the total opposite end of the spectrum, which you can't gain that through monetary. And so to know that they're supported, that's the biggest thing you can give any kind of law enforcement officer. We added behavior threat assessment software called Student Safe, and we're still working through all of that. Again, you look back at incidents that's happened and you realize that there are things that can still be put in place. But you have to track it. You can't just, yeah, we realize there's a problem, move on to the next problem. We have to be able to track how we're helping these kids out, and so that Student Safe allows that. The emergency management system, Raptor, we still utilize it. We've integrated our mapping system into that also. So now we have that mapping system that was created by CRG, Critical Response Group, that you can pull up on the Raptor and it can show you where every classroom is, where every AED is, where every stop the bleed is, where every electrical room is, where every fire panel is. It can show you where all the stuff is. It can show where every classroom is. So anybody responding to this building can see in their computer, can see on their phone exactly where I'm going, and there's no delay in trying to get anywhere in these buildings. Because again, you look at Cedar Creek High School, how big it is. You look at Bastrop High School, multiple campuses. They know exactly, I'm going to building D. I know where building D is. I don't have to run in the front door of building A and try to, because seconds are everything. And so that mapping system and integrating that in with Raptor has been instrumental. Again, we were awarded the $1.6 million grant, and it's a multi-year grant. We've been able to utilize it for fencing, for cameras. We've been able to utilize it to give retention bonuses. We've been able to utilize it in a framework that all we continue to do is look for better ways to increase safety and security. This is something that we can never sit back and go, we're good. Safety and security is never good. It's like academics. It's never perfect. And so we want to strive for perfection, realizing that we're not going to attain it, but always strive for it.
And how many years do we have left on that grant?
1 year.
Are there any questions about this particular area of board superintendent priorities, safety, security, and discipline?
Yes,
Or comments, yes.
So I want to talk about, just for a second, multi-tiered system support that does say on the bullet point, the goal is to return MTSS staff to campuses pending budget development process. So would that look like, Christy, what it used to be, or what are we thinking? Go back to the way it was?
As of right, well, that's what we know, so I think that's what we're thinking, that we would return to that. But before we do that, I think it's critical that we have that conversation with principals and with counselors and social workers, APs, that group that's having to manage that right now, and say, okay, we've been without it now, we want to bring it back. Is there anything we need to do differently? So maybe it's not an exact return to that model, but that's what we're thinking right now. But we know that they need additional support, and it was a decision that it was a tough decision to make, but we look forward to providing that support back to campuses. So that is our goal.
So it was a hard decision, and I take that very personally because obviously I'm a voting member, but hearing what I'm hearing, this school year in particular, and it's not every campus, but when you have a dysregulated child, even with the screener, right? If you have a dysregulated child and that goes on for 2 hours, for us to expect that our principal or our AP can just return to business as usual, without any support, I guess my question would be, do we have an opportunity to deploy somebody from service center to help out with, those instances?
We do.
Okay.
And we have done that. We're fortunate to have 2 people for sure that I know of here at the service center who are former MTSS coaches who have gone back to campuses, and outside of the role that they're doing now, they return to that MTSS coach role, and they provide real-time, just-in-time assistance.
Okay.
And again, thank you for bringing that up, because we're hearing that from our principals and we're hearing that from our campuses. As you know, at our last board meeting, we had a teacher that was concerned about it. And so we're definitely sensitive to it. And, to be even more specific, Christy's exactly right. We want to make sure that we make the right decision, but it's going to take staff.
Well,
and we
then
know that. It's going to take people.
I also feel like the principals, we're squeezing them so hard this year more than ever before. And so even just one extra duty, that gets added seems like it's the straw that's breaking the camel's back, And so I'm sensing that and feeling it and hearing it. And so
As are we. I refer to those levels meetings. We're having a lot of conversations around those kinds of topics. So.
I want to, because I agree with Priscilla, because I've been hearing some stuff too regarding this, and I guess my concern, and where I will be pushing back a little bit, it says pending budget development. I don't think we need to wait to see if we have the budget. We're going to have to get creative, and whether there's a budget or not, teachers are getting hurt out there, and teachers aren't coming back because of that. That's what I'm hearing. So regardless of whether we have the budget, folks, we're all, this is something, we're creative, we're intelligent. We should be able to somehow come up with this team or give these campuses support, give these teachers support, because if you have that one student and and he or she is being disruptive, you're not just hurting that one student, you're hurting the whole class. So regardless of this pending budget, I think that needs to be our top priority, is getting something to these campuses. Again, it's easier said than done, but we're creative. Let's start thinking outside the box.
Clearly understood.
I do agree. I have teachers, when we see classroom removals decreased 9%, 44% for elementary, my mind automatically goes to what are those teachers experiencing in the classroom, because we're not sending students. They're not being removed. And again, what are the other students experiencing because you have a disruptive student in the classroom?
Yeah, and I do, thank you for that. I do agree, Kelly, that discipline remains a focus. We're not going to tolerate, we are going to take care of teachers while at the same time doing our best to keep kids in the classroom so that they can learn. It's a very fine line, but we must support teachers, and because we want them not only to remain in Bastrop ISD, but to remain in the profession, because public education needs them. And we were at the Chamber Luncheon on Wednesday, and we learned from the guest speaker that teachers remain one of our most trusted sources in the community. And so I believe that we do honor that here in this district. I'm really proud of that. But we will support teachers, and we're going to do our best to support kids who are not able to regulate, and providing services to them, but protecting teachers at the same time.
Does any of the board have any objections to modifying this objective instead of the goal is changing it to return MTS staff to campuses and take out pending budget development process?
change that language.
Yeah, and remember that what we're showing you is what has transpired this past year.
That's what I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
so.
Moving forward on the new goals.
Right, yeah, that's why, to Ms. Armstrong's point, that's why I said it is clearly understood. We're all on the same page. We're going to make this work one way or the other, you know? That's just that disclaimer. The reason we didn't is because the budget, just the way it played out. But it's clear to us that this has to be taken care of. And it is at the top of our list. And just that emphasis, you know, yes, as referrals or kids being pulled out of class are down, you never want to leave a child in a class that is the detriment to all the other kids. And so that's another thing. It's all a fine line. I think Dr. Lee said it right. It's just a fine line, but we do clearly understand and hear our teachers and our principals about the burden that it's creating. And I want to acknowledge it, that we know, and we're not ignoring it.
And it's also, I think it's noble of everyone in the district to keep kids in schools and really uphold the dignity of the student as much as we possibly can and to the extent that we can. But if there is a policy that precludes us from sending a child home, that's another thing I often wonder about. If you call a parent because that child cannot be de-escalated any longer, like it's a 2-3 hour thing. If I'm a parent and I see my child cannot be regulated, I want to take my kid home. And so I know that we feel strongly about keeping kids in school as much as we can, but it's, you know, at some point, you know, I think it's, you know, parents have to.
This has been done years ago, even before I was on the board. And so my daughter had extreme separation anxiety at the nurse intermediate school. We tried everything. They basically said, you know, being called, the principal just says, hey, we need your help. Can you figure out what to do? So anyways, it all worked out. But there is a point where they just have to say, we tried everything.
See, and I'm going to go with the other side, is that if, especially we know next legislature will be a vote for school choice and vouchers and such as that. So if I am a parent of a child that is not getting educated because there is a disruption there, I'm going to pull him or her out. So that has got to be on the forefront of, we've somehow, again, going back to within the mandates that we have our hands tied, but we've got to be able to get creative enough to ensure that we're educating the students that are there, and that's what the parents are expecting us to do. Yes, we have to handle the one being disruptive, and we have to help that person. However, and I've heard it from parents, I want the best for my child, and you're not doing it for me. I'm pulling them out. And that's going to be a reality. Bastrop may have few opportunities for them to do it, but chances are they're going to start popping up. So we're up against a budget and a time crunch here.
Well, it'll still be a privileged few, though, in my opinion, just because of our demographic. So, you'll have parents who have that feeling or sentiment, but to make that a reality, all parents can't do that. The majority of our kids will say.
Right, but that's not fair.
Well,
because
no,
I can't, I can't monetarily remove them. Yeah, and that's still money taken.
This would be the education system that, you know, will continue.
Thank you all for that input. And the statement of that it was our goal pending budget development was really more in line, because we don't want to presume that the board will approve a particular budget item just because it's what we want. So it's great to hear that that's also what you want, and we look forward to making that a reality. We're going to move on to academic achievement.
Can I ask a quick question to Chief, if you don't mind?
Absolutely.
Just a couple of months ago, when the mandate came out that we had to have an officer at every school, we were, I think, a couple of short. It sounds like we're not any longer.
We are.
Okay,
we still have some schools that don't have full-time.
Okay.
But again, that will come with the legislative session. Again, it will be something that the board will determine, is this how we see to do this, or do we need to go about it a different way? The mandate is that it's got to be done on every campus. We're close. but we're just simply not there yet.
Okay, thank you.
And Chief, I was going to change gears a little bit anyway from what we were talking about earlier, but it kind of ties into some of
Mr. Dillon, would you use your microphone?
the support that is there also. A lot of our policies, or we tend to have a zero tolerance policy when things come to committing crimes and that kind of thing on campus. I believe that the consequences across our district have been universal and equal now. And is there anything from a law enforcement perspective? We talk about the reduction in the number of offenses for vaping or drug offenses. Is there anything that we can do policy-wise to aid law enforcement with continuing a decrease or seeing a decline in kids using drugs or committing crimes on our campuses?
So what we do with the first THC vape offense, we have a student and the parents sign a form saying they understand that they're not receiving criminal charges, they're still going to go to DAP. However, any subsequent offense, you will be filed on criminally, and you will be dealt with either through the DA's office if you're 17 or older, and if you're younger, you will go to the JPO. Ours doesn't re-up every school year. It stays with you. If you did it in 8th grade and then again you do it as a sophomore, we're going to file a criminal charge on you. And what that does, again, I don't want people to think that we're having these kids that are going to have these charges that last forever, because our DA and our juvenile probation work with us. And what they do on that offense, because what they can mandate is they can mandate drug testing, they can mandate counseling, they can mandate parental counseling, they can mandate a lot of things that we can't as a school. And so we utilize that tool, and because of the relationships that's been built by the school district with our county DA's office and the JPO, we're able to make those accommodations. Because again, we don't want these things to last for kids for the rest of their lives. Same thing with the behavioral threat assessment if it's not deserved. And so we want them to get the help they need, and some of it is simply parental skills that need to happen, and so parents can have to go to parent class. And so as a board, that's how supportive y'all are on that. Y'all allow that to occur. There are other districts that simply turn a blind eye to it and say, we're not going to file a charge, we don't want the officer, we want you to stand over here, and that's pretty much it. And so as a board, you support us in that.
And Chief, I believe last year we added in, as part of this, where the students had to take vaping training, but this year, did we not add the parent, if it's a subsequent offense, where parents also had to take some training as part of their child's consequence?
Yeah, when they go to DAP, there's a software program that they have to take online. They have to get a certificate before they're allowed to leave DAP.
Looks like we've got possibly our attorney general working, possibly change all this. Might be changing in 6 months.
Yes.
Okay, we'll turn it over to our Chief Academic Officer, Jennifer Eberly, as we move into academic achievement.
Okay, as we look at the quotes and working together to make these big shifts and working, it took everybody to do all of the pieces that I'm about to tell you about, because we did a lot in a short amount of time, and we're seeing the impact that we'll talk about a little later. But we really looked at strengthening our Tier 1 instruction. So last year was the first year of implementing our new math and literacy curriculum in K-12. Then we used the structures that we got from the frameworks of building math and literacy to do the same thing for science. So we developed a science framework which lines out our vision for science instruction and what we're going to do to get there. And then we adopted a cohesive K-12 science curriculum that we implemented this year. Also knowing that our emergent bilingual population is our fastest growing population of students, we also built an ESL framework, which Ms. Flores talked about at the board meeting last month, and it guides the instructional practices that we want to be seeing in every classroom to support this population of students. We also looked at aligning all of our support classes. So a student that may be receiving resource services or intervention, we all are aligning that to what's going on in their core content class, because we know the more that we align all of the things, the easier it is for everybody to connect all of the pieces to make sure that all of our students are successful. We also last year added, we had already started our one-way dual language program with the aim of our students being truly biliterate, that they're able to read, write, listen, and speak in both English and Spanish. We added in second grade last year, starting this year, and we're moving on to third grade next year, so continuing to build that program up. As well as we received the LASSO grant from TEA that was almost at $1 million, which helped supported the work that we're doing in all of these instructional areas. And then the last thing we did last year was we implemented a MAP growth screener, which I'll talk about assessments a little more in the next part of the presentation, but what it's doing is it's allowing us to look at a student's growth from kindergarten all the way up through high school as we continue to roll up in both reading and math. So it'll be a similar assessment that we're going to be able to look at growth over time for our students. So with that, we had our tier 1 that we were building. The second part is using all of the different pieces within our department to leverage and enhance all that we're doing. So we looked at, we started a blended learning pilot where we have model classrooms for blended learning and how to implement the curriculum using all of these wonderful technology applications we have. We expanded our advanced academic offerings with offering on-ramps courses where our students now can get credit through UT Austin. We started off with math, and we added in sciences this year. And then we also received almost $2 million in an autism grant over multiple years, which is allowing us to expand programming, training, and parent opportunities in that area. We also continue to partner with other organizations as well as internally to provide opportunities beyond the classroom for our students. So we're still continuing with STEAM Fest. With that math science side, we also added in opportunities for CODA Girls Engineering Day and other enrichment opportunities so they get to experience and connect what they're doing in the classroom outside of the classroom and showcase those things.
On that autism grant, there is a majority that we spend on payroll, or is being spent to, how we have to have staff to, do the training and support.
The key areas are the staffing piece, the parent and community engagement and training piece, and then the training piece for teachers and then supplies, but yes. Yep. And then we also expanded parent engagement opportunities. Through that grant, they have the autism coffee chats that they're doing, as well as digital learning for classes, helping parents with platforms such as Skyward and other things that to access to really understand where their kids are at academically, and with attendance and other things, helping with those digital learning as well as parent literacy sessions.
Just out of curiosity, is that like we get that 1.9 million in 1 year, or is it spread out over 3?
That one's over multiple years. I'll have to get you exactly how many. I think it's either a 2 or 3 year grant, but it's over multiple years. And then the last piece of this, which is really exciting, was our VILS grant, our Verizon Innovative Learnings grant, which we've been awarded for 2 of our middle schools, and that's going to provide them in the upcoming year support with integrating technology. It's going to provide them with additional resources just to really continue to enhance the programming that we have over there.
I've got a question on the various grants that you received or the district receives. 2-year grant, 3-year grants, what happens when the grant runs out?
So
how do we budget for that?
That's a great question because yes.
I was going to bring that up.
That's always
MSST there.
Yeah.
So as we're thinking, sometimes some of these grants are ongoing and we can apply every year. Like the Blended Learning Grant is a 2-year grant. We that 2 years is up this year, and we're looking at applying again to continue the work we're doing. Also with that, some of them are not, and so we have to look at, as we're looking at these grants, part of it is not just the grant, but the sustainability piece. So we're always looking at how do we move this to sustain it internally. So for instance, the LASSO grant that I talked about in the last slide, we've been working to pull off of we have a partner that comes in that's been helping us with the grant. But as we've gone through the years, we're working to pull more of the work to us and them help us just oversee and make sure the systems are in place. So it's about using the grant to help facilitate, but then building the capacity so we can sustain this internally moving forward.
Good.
Great question. Thank you.
I'm sure you thought of this, but on the VALS grant, is there a possibility of trying to get an additional grant for the other two middle schools coming online?
There is. We applied this year for all of our secondary campuses, and we're awarded 2 to start with. We have the ability to apply again in future years for the rest of our schools. And then we'll have 2 pilot campuses that have already been, that we'll be able to showcase the work we've done, that will help us in the future apply for additional grants with this. Then the other lens, so tier 1, connecting all the pieces, and then it's about building the capacity of all of our instructional leaders. So some of the things that we've done around this was we have what we call curriculum-based professional learning leads, which are our lead teachers on campus in different content areas. So we've built a program for training these teacher leaders up on their campus through adult facilitation with support in their content, with procedures, to help work with their team. We've also built an instructional leadership development framework, which is really targeted right now on building up our instructional coaches, because we have the instructional coaches on the campuses, and this provides us an avenue to make sure that they have the training and skill set to drive instruction on the campus daily and in the classrooms. We also created a curriculum-based assessment dashboard that I'll go into a little more in depth in a minute. But that dashboard really helps us get a clear picture of where we stand accountability-wise, and to look at so we can make real-time adjustments and monitor our progress. And then one of the, I think this part has been really, I know, beneficial for all of us, is we've started holding monthly meetings with all of our campus principals. And that's individual, one-on-one with district and with the campus, and we're looking at their data in real time. We're looking at their campus action plans, and then we're all coming to the table together to help support each other and making sure the campus moves forward. It's dedicated time for them and for us just to have conversations around where they're at and next steps. And then one of the other opportunities that's really come about in probably the last year is we've had a lot of opportunities for our staff, for the C&I staff, to present not only at the local but at the state and national level. So we're being asked to come and present all the wonderful things that we're doing here and all of these initiatives that we've been talking about on the slides to state organizations, to national organizations, and being able to highlight the work that we're doing. And then that leads us to our professional learning. We implemented our new redesigned professional learning plan last year, and we're in year 2 of it right now. And what our professional learning plan does is it outlines what a teacher for their given teaching role, what they need to be trained on in the first year to be successful in the classroom. So it looks at the research behind instructional practices, it looks at their content knowledge and what they're going to be teaching, and so it lines out, these are the things that we need to train the staff member on. And then in year 2, once you've completed that, year 2 then provides you almost a menu of options for you to choose from, to select based on where you're at in your growth and development, and conversations maybe with your campus principal, your instructional coach. So we've worked really hard to build that system and continue to develop and refine the system. But over the last year alone, we've presented and designed over 400 unique sessions for staff members. So being able to provide multiple avenues for them to get what they need. As well as we've had opportunities to pilot with TEA to continue to bring in what they call a trainer of trainer models, where they essentially certify our staff to be trainers in different areas. This is not something, when this was presented last year too, we were one of 2 districts in the state that were able to do this pilot with TEA. We still remain, for the math one, we were the only district in the state selected to work through this process with them. So it provides an avenue of being able to provide these internally to our staff so we can adapt and make it ours and connect everything to what we're doing in BISD. And it also provides an avenue for retaining our staff, because they are now certified in this. They're part of this community. It gives them another leadership role. And then we've also implemented a system called KickUp that helps us really monitor professional learning and feedback, but connect all the pieces, because we have the evaluation piece for teachers. We have professional learning, and all of them are grounded in growth. And so in this system, we're able to look at all of those pieces together to make sure that we're meeting the unique needs of all of our staff.
Hey, Jennifer, just real quick, so like a mock example of this is the teacher would just log in to the system and then find a unique session, or how do they access?
How do they access? So we have a professional learning website that goes on where they can go under, it's built by elementary and secondary, so they can go under their grade level or content, and they can go in and self-select if they're in year 2, which session they'd like to attend on that day. If they're a brand new teacher, we do have what we call portfolios that say, here are the different sessions you need to complete within your first year.
Prerequisite.
Yeah.
Standard, yeah, foundation.
So, just a suggestion, but I think at a board meeting at some point, since we're one of 2 districts and we seem pretty, I don't know, exclusive in this way.
Yeah.
If we could see, like, if you could mock how that happens and then what the teacher would do to select, nothing huge, but I think the public would be interested in seeing, like, this is what we're doing and it's pretty exclusive.
Okay.
So, it'd be cool to highlight
I
that.
will add that down, absolutely, thank you. Yes.
How we're supporting our teachers and making sure that they have the education that they need. Because, I mean, we all know that what you learn in college does not necessarily translate to what happens in the classroom. So I love that this is happening and that we're supporting our teachers in this way. And I do agree, I think we need to tell this because we need to let the teachers that are considering that job know how, what these kids that are coming out of college that want to be teachers, let them know we're going to support you. We're not just going to put you there, put you in a corner, and, we're going to be here to support you and help you get through that wonderful first year of teaching.
Absolutely, thank you.
And just to add to that, I know you'll love me for this one, but I think it'd be a good chamber spotlight and then tie it into our board meeting. And just, I mean, but, express it to where the public and the business owners understand this and because that'll really help get it out there because, I find it hard to believe that not everybody watches our board meeting.
Really? Yes. Yeah. I do.
Thank you.
You are a tough crowd.
I think we're doing a good job. I do have a question, though, on the academic achievement when it comes to the teachers, because I know we still have, 50, well, and correct me if I'm wrong, last time I heard was 15 or 16 still open positions that we're needing, and we're still having some, we have uncertified, I'm going to call them teachers. How is the district, one, helping these? I know there was a big thing about May, a lot of public discourse about that. So to help them, of course, become certified, and how do we ensure that someone who is coming in and please, this is where my ignorance is coming in. I don't know if the district says, well, you've got 3 years to obtain your certification. I know in 2 years I'm out of here. So that's the uncertified. Now, the open spots, what are we doing with those classes that does not have a teacher? It's an open spot. Is that a long-term substitute teacher? How are we handling that scenario of, well, sorry, we don't have a math teacher for geometry, but we have a substitute teacher for that? How are we doing, how are we handling that? How's the district handling that? Doesn't matter.
Well, we have long-term subs in some of those positions. We also have different staff that are helping out in those roles. One of the things that I want to go back to, kind of talking curriculum and instruction-wise, right, is last year we adopted what we call high-quality instructional materials. And so those take it down to a level of it gives daily lesson plans for whoever's in that classroom, because one of our goals being the equitable instruction across the district in all of our classrooms, right? And with, as we're growing and we have teachers that are working towards certification or we have vacancies that are in there, that's one of the reasons why, looking at staffing-wise across the state, our instructional materials are such a priority right now, is it does provide that lens for anybody coming into that classroom to be able to have the knowledge and the lessons for the day to be able to do that. And yes, we work with campus principals for ideas on, filling the vacancies, and there are procedures in HR with staff, monitoring staff, working towards and making sure we're making the steps towards certification. But we've even taken it a step further to make sure that we've got the materials that everybody needs, that if we do have a long-term sub in a position, they have the material in front of them to be able to work through, and we're still providing that level of instruction to our students.
As well as instructional coaches, we talk about that a little bit, how every campus has content specialists and how we train them to help these situations.
Yes, to help in these, yes.
On the long-term substitutes, do you try to get the person in to match the subject? I mean, just for instance, you would
yes.
not want me in an English class. I am strictly numbers. So that won't work.
Our campus principals are always working to match everybody up with success in the classroom. And, finding the right person for the right role is vital, in making sure that that's an area that our kids are going to be successful, that they're going to be successful, because that's what impacts student growth.
There was, the other night, I don't know, some of y'all may know this, but we got to go hear Matthew McConaughey talk here in town the other night, and somebody asked him a question about education. Excuse me. The thing he said is, look, I think our education system, and this will apply to our teachers being a district of innovation and that kind of thing too, but our education system needs more experience as opposed to just classroom. His comment was, look, I sat in all those classrooms at UT to learn about film and how to make film and do everything, but I learned in 3 weeks being on the set of Dazed and Confused more from Richard Linklater than I ever learned sitting in those classrooms, right? And I think that's what our District of Innovation and our teachers are getting by being able to have that time to get that experience, get the training, and get the experience to hopefully become that certified teacher. And so I think that's what's leading us to hopefully being more successful in getting these teachers certified and then retaining them also.
So to answer Ms. Armstrong's question, the timeline, if I want to start this process of getting certified, is it 2 years, 1 year, 3 years?
Our District of Innovation plan, I think we started out at 3 years, but we increased that to the maximum of 5. However, based upon some experiences that we had last year, this year, we put in place a comprehensive monitoring where we have a staff person in HR who is dedicated to supporting those teachers who are working either working on a degree or working on, like a paraprofessional, for example, working on their degree, or a teacher working on certification, and we've put benchmarks in place, and those are monitored. There's constant communication with the principals. Here are your people. Here's where they are. There is mentoring provided to those teachers, because we had some who we sort of said, hey, you have 3 years. We know you're going to do it, and relied on their, it's sort of like, the perpetual, hey, I'm going to lose 20 pounds this year, but if you're not monitoring it, it's not going to happen. And so feel really good about the processes that we've put in place this year, and we're seeing a difference just in keeping those teachers on track towards being successful, because that's what we want. A certified, degreed teacher in every classroom for our kids. So that's been a good thing. Yes, ma'am.
I actually like that methodology, Christy. I'm a big fan of organic growth. I think corporate America agrees with that. So when you can grow people into your culture and that just are going to be passionate about the work every day, I do like that model. And I just wanted to clarify one thing on the DOI. We've talked about this before, I think. If you go in, you have to have a number of college hours
60.
under your belt.
You have to start out with 60. If you're a paraprofessional, for example, working on your degree, you have to start out with 60 hours. I wanted to mention one thing, Mr. Dillon, since you brought up Matthew McConaughey. just last evening, I was communicating with one of Chief Bunch's officers, Matt West, and, he's a police officer, so I don't have any idea why he's interested in doing this, but he offered to spearhead a Bastrop ISD Student Film Festival. I'm guessing he probably has kids who have interest, but he thinks that, with one existing movie studio, another one coming in, there's so much film that's happening in Bastrop and Bastrop County that this would be a great thing for our kids to have that experience of what it means to actually be in the film industry. So I'm excited about that. We're thinking maybe potentially as early as next summer or next fall sometime this next school year. So thanks to our people, we're able to do things like that. So excited about that experiential learning, as Mr. Dillon said.
And they can work hand in hand with the staff that puts together the videos that we've been watching.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Right.
Sure,
I
sure.
think we have some of that going on in the PAC, don't we, in regards to, not so much the filming, but operating the.
Oh, yes,
Absolutely.
absolutely. The technical theater, sound and lighting and everything. Yes, sir.
Speaking of the certifications and the teachers, there was that, earlier this year, there was that, big concern about that college that wasn't certified. Do we have any updates on that, or are we following up on that?
We don't, because it can only happen, so the next opportunity would be January. So we know that they've changed their name to a different, the name of a different university, but they intend to submit for accreditation again, but we won't know until after January.
Okay.
But we are in communication with them, because we still have some teachers. Some teachers chose to change programs, but we still have a few that are with
Okay.
them, and so we're still following them through.
When they changed programs, were they able to move credit hours or no?
Some did and some did not.
Yeah.
Those who were able to moved on to a different, most of them already had university credits, and they
Okay.
continued on with a different
Good.
program.
Okay,
Is
thank
that
you.
going to be a criteria if we approve, or whatever universities we approve to get accreditation? Is that going to be one of our requirements, that they have to be accredited in Texas, not this pending?
Well, that's not up to us. They can't earn teacher certification without having a degree from an accredited university.
Well, that's what I'm-
We don't accredit them.
We didn't-
No,
We didn't
but I mean-
approve them.
No, but we don't approve them. It's just
Right.
like anybody that applies. I don't choose what college they went to.
Okay.
They chose that. We didn't tell them to go to that college.
Okay, okay, because it was my understanding that the district kind of provided a list of universities where they could go to.
Oh.
And that might be
Yes,
construed as.
we do provide them with a list of, hey, here are ones that we know about.
Right.
We do not have anyone on that list that's not already fully accredited. So we learned from that situation.
Yes, I see your point, Karen.
Approved was the wrong
Yes.
run, but this
Right.
is the list.
If we offered it on our acceptable menu or
Yes.
whatever, yes. Yeah, we learned a lot through that.
Yeah, good.
So the last part of our academics piece is looking at some of our recognitions, and I could not get them all on one slide, guys. There's so many times that our programs and our campuses are being recognized, but just to highlight some of the ones we've been working hard, increasing our CCMR percentages, which Dr. Brantley talked about last month. We've earned numerous awards for our AP placement, not only student distinctions, but circa earning an honor roll distinction from AP this year. Named again Best in Community for Music Education, multiple awards across our fine arts. Our special education received 100% on their TEA compliance rating from their audit. Also, again, TEA taking away some of the best practices we're doing here to share with other districts from that. And then the last thing that I want to end on is we did have the Region 13 Elementary Teacher of the Year, Miss Liz Egan, who you saw at the beginning of the video, who was went and represented our district, and a good representation of the heart and grit and determination and love for education, and she won our Region 13 Elementary Teacher of the Year this year.
Yeah, and on that note, we had a special ed does a Bring Your Boss to Work initiative, and Liz chose. I went and visited with her. She brought me, and I got to watch her in action with one of our visually impaired seniors. And the amazing progress, I mean, to sit there with these children, to see the growth is just, it's what we do. It's what this is all about. And she's so good about paying it forward. I'm going to put a little thing that she wrote about Cedar Creek High School and the commitment that they have to serving kids. Yeah, I'll have it in the Weir for you tomorrow. It's just, really, it's so touching. It's just what we're about. And the young lady is so excited because she goes to Bastrop Works next year. So she's graduating high school and she's going on to, and it's just, gives me chills. But I'll share that letter with you. But again, phenomenal people that we have working for us.
Are there any final questions or comments about academic achievement before we go on to facilities and operations?
I think we should take every opportunity to toot our horn on this area and really let the public know any way that we can through our communications that what we are doing is being recognized on a statewide level as being excellent programs and procedures. That's we're not just sitting back in the backwater.
And I also want to congratulate you guys, because I hear sidebar conversations a lot, and so our neighboring districts, particularly Smithville, will take a best practice, and even though you guys don't know those conversations are going on, I'll be in a different environment with these people, and I have a principal speaking to one of our counselors, and he'll ask routinely, well, how are you guys handling this? Like, how are you dealing with CCMR? Like, what are you doing? And our counselor will give, the insight and the best practice, and they take that best practice and go implement at their school. So, I mean, those things are happening too. So just know that our best practices are being shared by our staff. So
wonderful. Yep.
Are there any objections before we get into facilities? Take a 5-minute break.
You don't get a break. You don't get a break. You don't get a break.
Those of you who already took the break, no more.
Layton?
All right, we'll resume our meeting at this time. I believe, Dr. Lee, you're going to take us into facilities and operations.
Chief is going to start out with us talking about facilities and operations.
Execute comprehensive plan to provide maintenance grounds and services in-house involved with budgeting and staffing and equipment and supplies. As y'all know, it's been a year and a half. Growth is difficult at times, and so there's been some learning curves bringing it in-house, and so we're still working on that for sure. Again, it's one of those things that you will never say we're perfected at. It's always going to be something that you're going to try to do better. Again, as a district, is like Dr. Mix pointed out, its land mass is large, 2 million square feet of facilities. It's a lot to maintain, but it can be done, and it will be done in a professional way, and in a way that best supports our principals and our teachers and our students. Improving standards and expectations for the service provided by the operations and staff. And so that's exactly what is happening right now. We're definitely putting better systems and things in place to make sure that we're meeting the needs of this ever-growing district. And it can all be done within budget, and it can all be done satisfactorily to our principals. Again, I never want a principal to call somebody and they say, well, here, call this person or call that person. No, they called you. Now figure out who to call from there. We don't put it off to somebody else. As mentioned earlier, they have enough things on their plate to deal with. I need to remove as much off their plate as I possibly can, whether it's safety and security or operations and maintenance. And so when you get that call, we'll take care of that call. Continue the district's commitment to invest in HVAC upgrades and replacements. There's a thing that is still in progress. It's an HVAC spreadsheet that has to be done. When you look at the age of this district, again, not having bonds for 13 years, and not being able to replace certain things, everything's got a life expectancy, and HVAC is one of them, and we have to prepare for that. We can't just go about it half-heartedly. And so, again, preparation is everything, and setting those things, because, again, you can't, as a board, set a good budget without proper information. And so we're making sure we're getting you that information. We've provided a more secure school environment through additional security measures, including delayed entry security window film, fencing, cameras, one key entry for all exterior doors, law enforcement Knox boxes on the exterior of each building, digital mapping system for all area first responders to identify locations. And so one of the key things done through a lot of bond is the secure vestibules at the schools. Again, I thought of this the other day when we were going through a situation. We wanted to secure it at Blue Bonnet. All of our elementary schools are secured. Every exterior door is locked every day, all day. You have to buzz in, and they see you on the camera before you come in. The only reason we do this secured and announce that we're doing that is so they make sure that there's no kids simply going out on the playground. And so our secure vestibules are the answer to a lot of problems. And again, it's a deal that we never want to provide a school environment that is a prison environment. We want everybody to be welcome. We want to encourage parent involvement. We want to encourage community involvement. But in doing so, we're going to do it the right way. And so that secured vestibule helps. The window film is something, again, as you see here at the service center. We've secured the front of the entry there. We've put an additional door in. We're putting the window film there as well. Badge entries will be there. And so across the district as a whole, we're using, again, this was all done through grant fund, not the bond fund, but it was done through grant funding. We're finding ways of funding certain things to be done. Again, fencing is a thing that we're utilizing across the district. I just met with American Constructors yesterday because they're getting ready to put new fencing up at BMS and CCMS. And so they're going to take down that fencing to make sure that we can utilize it again. So that wrought iron fencing that we put up, they're going to take it down and maintain it for us so that we can find another place to use it. It's not something simply going to be disposed of. And so that's the nice thing about all that. And the Knox boxes on the front, those, again, were paid through grant funding. We've also provided keys and badge readers to every DPS trooper in this county. We provided the keys and badge readers to every supervisor for the county sheriff's department and every supervisor for the city. And so to get into our facility when we need law enforcement response is not something that's going to take time. They have access. And so, again, they'll have the maps to know exactly where to go, and they're going to have the access to get there. One of the critical things that happens during a very stressful moment is you lose your sense of dexterity. Your fingers don't work properly. And so operating keys are not something that I want people to have to do. And so that's the reason why they have those badge readers to simply get in. Again, we're working on the system to make sure that, because when we go into a lockdown situation, the badge readers shut off. But we're getting into the situation where we're going to be able to have those badge readers be overridden with certain badges that we have that are for law enforcement only. Again, so we're not forced to use keys.
These new facilities that are being constructed now, will then, all of what you're talking about that you have done to these campuses, that will be included in that construction process?
It was done at COE and CRE, exactly. They did the window film, they did everything, because they meet with us as they're building those facilities. They'll have me come in, we'll go over fencing, we'll go over window film, we'll go over the locks, we'll go over it all. And so I'm privileged to all those conversations, and it's just like today there's a meeting regarding some fencing at MENA as they're getting ready to start into a project there. I had to decline, but Ted Coleman is sitting in that meeting, and so we're making sure that we're constantly involved in those decision-making processes.
Hey, Chief, are those cameras everywhere now on all campuses? Yesterday, I experienced that for the first time where I had to hold my driver's license up. I was so happy. I had it in my back.
Did you smile? You're like...
They're not on every campus. They will be. It's like CCH. You can walk in, but you have to, again, go to that front area. But at BHS, there's there. And so as we're continuing the upgrades, they will be on every campus. Where you have to say, this is who I am, please let me in. Again, they'll simply let you in one area. The other secured door, you don't get to, nobody goes in and out of those doors, and people wonder why. And so I hate to use it this way, but in the prison system, there's never two unlocked doors at the same time. You don't go in one and the other one open. That other door always stays closed, and so there's always a secure environment. Again, when you walk into the office, I got to be buzzed in there as well. And so we still want parents to be there. We still want them to be welcome. It's just we want them to also know their kids are our main priority and their safety is our main priority. And so
Our staff as well.
And our staff as well. Yes, absolutely.
Correct.
Okay, another thing related to facilities and operations is child nutrition. And so ending fiscal year 23, we were able to put $524,000 into the child nutrition fund balance by, monitoring the meals served, looking at profit and loss, the monthly financials. And why is it important to have that money in fund balance? Well, when we need to go through and replace kitchen equipment, which can be very expensive, or do any kind of improvement to the cafeteria area, we can do that with those monies. We installed telematics in all of our district vehicles, and that is monitored routinely by our operations staff. And so this helps to ensure that our district vehicles are operated safely. As part of that, we created driver expectations. If you're going to drive a district vehicle, here's a list of things that we expect you to do and not do. Employees who drive district vehicles were trained in that. They had to sign off on that. You have to turn in your driver's license, and we're going to look at your motor vehicle record, because we want to ensure that our district vehicles are taken care of, that they're operated safely, but also the public, when they see someone driving a BISD vehicle, that we're doing so in the proper manner. And that's important also for insurance purposes, which you can tell us about.
Absolutely. I think the most important thing is consistency in the alerts we're getting with that driver, regardless of who that driver's supervisor is. That needs to be, I would say, one person, and they have that authority to visit with them or possibly put them on a notice or whatever that's
yes, and we do
key.
have that. We have a person who's in charge of monitoring that. They'll get alerts for speeding, or if the system has been disabled, if there's a sense that maybe there's been a minor collision or a major collision, that we get alerts, or Mitch, our facilities coordinator, he gets those. And you can also identify the location of the vehicle. Is that vehicle where it's supposed to be? Is that vehicle being driven after hours when it should not be? So all of those are alerts that are set up in the system.
And we had quick success with it. I think the first week or two that it went into into effect, so it kind of, they're able to set the
Unfortunately, that's true.
Yes.
It's very comprehensive, though. If you accelerate too hard or brake too hard, it's measuring all those telematics. And so it helps us maintain our vehicles.
And it's not intended to be a gotcha for any of our employees. It really is meant to ensure their safety and the safety of other people on the road, and that our vehicles are being taken care of. This is public money that we spent to buy the vehicle, and so we want it to be taken care
Well,
of.
it's an image too, and, you know, your county has implemented this with their vehicles. I'm sure all of our school buses have this on them. You know, our police cars, it's just, you know, it was several years ago, you know, unfortunately, you'd see someone driving one of the vehicles, not a police car, but they're texting going down the highway, and you get a phone call, and like, what do you know, y'all need to work on this. And so it was great that they brought that to our attention. So.
We have started implementation of a comprehensive energy and environmental program for the district. In fact, in January, over our winter break, we will have SECO, which is the State Energy Conservation Office, on site for a couple of days. Our goal is to make sure that we're managing our resources effectively, that our environment is well lit and it's comfortable and it's at the right temperature, so that we can extend the life of our schools and the life of any capital equipment that we're purchasing. So we're looking forward to that. I never thought I would be excited about energy management, but the more I learn about it, the more it is, interesting. We've put in controls through the bond, making sure that we have controls that can be managed from a remote location. So if we have an issue with an air conditioner or a heater, we can manage that. Our operations staff can do that more effectively, so that's part of it. Indoor air quality is also a part of that. So we have the capability, starting this past year, where we can handle testing of any concern in our classroom for indoor air quality. So that has been helpful. It's, the communication between us, or our Director of Construction and Planning is handling that with principals and teachers to make sure that they feel comfortable that their classrooms are safe and taken care of.
Yeah, and we believe, over 2 million square feet of facilities, we're going to see some cost reductions. And so I'm eager about that as well, but especially the environment getting regulated for our kids.
Yes.
Has the district looked into solar? I mean, I think at one time it might be cost prohibitive. I mean, I'm just asking if solar is an option there.
We did meet with some solar vendors, and specifically like at Cedar Creek High School, because it takes a lot of footprint for the panels, and our roof structures are such that they need repair and they can't handle the load. So we looked at Cedar Creek as an example because they had that big field, ponding field, and it just at this point hasn't been worth the investment so far. So,
as you know, you all approved sorry, Kelly, go ahead.
No, I was just like, could we get Tesla to provide some batteries and a plan for that?
No.
No.
Okay.
That was so quick.
Understood.
Yeah. And not only that, when we talk about the energy stuff, but, I believe it was the last time we were in San Antonio, there was a classroom, and they were talking about lighting and how much that can change positively education in the learning environment in the classrooms. It was pretty significant information. So.
And if you go through just as simple as replacing everything with LED bulbs,
Yes.
it makes a huge.
And we have such
It
a
does.
great example at Bastrop High School. When you walk in that school, it is not the same school it was 2 years ago. Just the lighting alone just changed the environment.
And as you know, because you all were the ones who approved it, but we have went through the process of naming our schools following board policy, and so we have Adelton Elementary, Riverside, and Creekside Middle Schools, so that's exciting. And then we are in the process of rezoning the boundaries. So this coming Monday and Tuesday night, after having completed all the process, we will have our public information sessions at Cedar Creek Middle and Bastrop Middle, and we'll answer public questions from our parents and grandparents and take their input and see if we need to make any adjustments before bringing that to you in January.
And Christy, as you know, but it's important for you all to know, parents are already mailing us or emailing our questions and calling in, so we're already in the process of working. These public forums, we offer them, but they're not always well-attended, but I don't want people to get that's the only way that we communicate with them, so.
No, we've put it in the family newsletters, and that's where we've received a lot of emails back already. Principals are doing the same thing, and then, we're certainly promoting the town halls, but.
And then in previous years, once we get closer to the final, we'll send letters to every family that's affected, and it'll say, hey, in case you didn't know, you've been rezoned, and then we still have a process. That's early, like in January, and then we'll continue to work with those families.
Can I ask for something on that? Because I know that in the past, people will say, well, can I apply for a transfer, back to my original campus or whatever the case might be. So when you send us that information or that's been done to those families, can you put something in the WEIR that says only these circumstances, of applying for transfers will apply?
Good idea.
Yes, and I can almost answer that now. The answer is no, unless it's a very special circumstance, because there's no reason to redraw and build new schools if you leave the kids all at their former school. Now there are some specific hardships potentially, but they're very, very rare.
And so, like our teachers, would that be one example? So
Yes.
you have a child at one school and the other, or your zone, but you teach at a different school?
Correct, and we try to keep families together, so we'll give you some of that criteria like you asked.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll look at the 2021 bond and just give you some updates. And this is, again, just since we were together last December, so this is not comprehensive for the 2021 bond. But as you know, we completed that beautiful new two-story classroom addition to Bastrop High School, and if you haven't been in it, would love to take you on a tour because it is amazing. Other projects that were completed since we were together, the Sports Center building, the dressing facilities and restrooms at both baseball and softball, and the additional Auto Tech Bay, which is phenomenal. Again, I don't know anything about Auto Tech, but it's exciting to see that, and I know the kids are excited about it. Administrative renovations to both of the intermediate schools, which are now, will be soon, Riverside and Creekside. Interior renovations to all of those elementary schools, including those secure vestibules and camera systems that Chief was talking about earlier. BMS and CCMS weight room, that's in progress and almost done, actually. And then various parking and pavement enhancements throughout the district. And then as we look at 2023, Elementary 9, as Billy was talking about, you can see the top of the line as you're driving down the highway. We're excited about that school, Adelton Elementary, opening in August of 2025. Here soon, we'll start the process of figuring out who's going to be the principal at that school. That'll be the very first hire that we make, and that will be coming up soon. Elementary 10 is currently in design and planning. Again, that's out the far western edge of our district in the Silverleaf neighborhood, right above Tractor Supply on the southbound side of 71. Our police and ops facility the design is complete, and we're currently in permitting. Both of the intermediate conversions into middle schools, that's all underway, and also exciting. We're looking at opening both of those campuses in August of 2025 as well. If you remember from the board meeting, next year only, we will open those campuses with 6th graders and half of the 7th graders. And then the current middle schools, BMS and CCMS, will have the other half of the 7th graders and all the 8th graders. And then the following year, it'll be completely 6, 7, and 8, a full split.
When will we be able to modify that police and ops facility design is completed and currently permitting is completed? Because this has been extremely unacceptable. I'm not directing that to anybody in this room.
No, I understand.
Our partners
yeah.
are not participating well at all with the county.
Our partners are not participating with the county?
Yeah, he's referring to the permitting.
We're 90 days behind, minimum. And this is just, it's unacceptable.
We're working well with the city. That's all in play. We've started all of the application permitting with the railroad. It is the county that we're up against and working with.
All other projects are on.
Yes.
Are on.
All the other projects, yes.
So, yeah.
This was just hung up in permitting. There's just, again, I don't, there's a lot going on in our county. I don't have to tell you all that.
Yeah.
And there must be a tremendous backlog. I don't think that there's anybody trying to do anything malicious. I just think there's that much work. And what we continue to do is try to talk to them about helping advance ours because of the public good, the safety,
Right.
the traffic, all that plays in these permitting when we get delayed.
Sure.
So we continue to work with them.
The number of taxpayers that this is affecting
Yes.
outnumbers the other people applying for permitting at the county.
Correct.
And then, so they're costing the taxpayers money, is what's happening.
But again, we are so committed, we're diligent about going back and going back. But it's, unfortunately, it's a process. They'll review it. If they find something they have a question about, then it kicks it back down. We address that question, then it has to work its way back up. And what we're trying to talk to them about is helping the process for us because of these other implications. So.
I have a question about elementary number 10. I drive that way to work every day. I drive past that, and every time I see a school bus on the Highway 71, it makes my heart cringe a little. Are there going to be, there's obviously going to be more busing with that school going where it is, more buses on the highway, more crossing on the highway for our buses. Is there a plan for more lights, or how are we?
The developer is working with TxDOT as well as nearby landowners for a second egress from that neighborhood that would go to Tucker Lane, which is where the light is. Not aware of any additional lights that are being planned. So we have a meeting in January that is supposed to include the developer, the school district, the county, TxDOT, to have that discussion.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Christy, I know you mentioned TxDOT also for 969. The speed limit on that road right now is 65. It's fast, like super fast. And so coming out of, right where you turn into the Colony for school, is there any update on TxDOT putting a light in there?
Yes, there is. Chief can give you that update.
So I met with Dinah Schulz the other day. They are currently working on the infrastructure of the light and hope to have it fully operational in February.
Thank you, Chief.
And the crosswalks at Colony Oaks.
Crosswalks at Colony Oaks are there. The school zone lights should be in January.
Perfect.
I guess given that, and I live out there on Red Rock, any plans for a little bit more safety on 20, right there by Red Rock Elementary? Since we're kind of talking about that, that is a nightmare. Yes, they do slow down, but...
It's one of those things that, again, I do not look for them to probably put a traffic light at 8, 12, and 20. Again, we go back to look at, I think nobody expected the growth in the county, especially in that area, but it tends to be the afternoon traffic is by far the worst because in the morning people come they just drop off. In the afternoon, they all show up at one time.
And what we did what we could control. On our property, we made that driveway longer so we get more cars off the road. We did everything at this point that we can do. Some of that stuff's out of our control, but yeah. Oh, yeah, we're in communication with them.
Managing the flow, even last year, or maybe 2 years ago, I mean, the engineers have been out there with TxDOT. You've met with them, you've seen it, they are aware of the situation, and they're aware of the plans we had and that we've completed, and so we can...
I think people are, now I think drivers know either to avoid that area from about 1:30 to about 3, or you're just going to sit and slowly cross.
Right.
But yeah, I try to
And then, of course, we're continuing on the second phase, the new academic wings for both Bastrop High School and Cedar Creek High School. And then MENA Phase 2 is in permitting, and we're actively having construction meetings to get that process starting. So we'll start demolition it could be as early as January, probably more like February, but they'll start fencing things off and start tearing some stuff down.
Just wanted to warn you. Yes, some of MENA will start to come down. And
Yes, yes, indeed. Moving into relationships, so we are in year 2 or finished year 2 of our strategic plan that guides the district for anywhere from 3 to 5 years. So we'll be looking to do that process again here in another couple of years. We are engaged all throughout the community and different members of the district to be actively engaged with different groups. This past year, we hosted the first State of the District breakfast in a partnership with the Chamber. We already have that set for next school year. It's going to be a lunch, and we're going to expand that. We launched a new Key Club at Bastrop High School at the beginning of this year through a partnership with Kiwanis, and that is going great. And we have regular meetings between the district and the city, and that bond has really been strengthened, and it has been super helpful. This year, we partnered with Gold Star in an improved way to increase communication with families, direct communication, not general communication about busing, but specific information to this is your kid, this is their bus, this is their stop. And of course, we started Safe Stop last year, and we've continued that partnership this year. Our communications team did an extraordinary job attending nearly 120 district or campus events and sharing more than 12,000 photos. We are so blessed to have two outstanding photographers, and with Chris White, he does videography as well and drone footage, which is just amazing. Reaching 529,000 users on social media, really incredible. We have 13 active PTA and PTSA chapters all throughout the district, and I saw on social media, I'm going to have to dig into this because I just saw it yesterday, but Colony Oaks Elementary was one of, I think, 12 PTAs in the state to be awarded a grant for something that they applied for through the Texas PTA. So I'll have to learn more about that. I don't have any details, but I saw that promoted on social media by Texas PTA. Obviously, we have a strong mentorship program, and that is going well. We always want more mentors, but that is an active program. And last year, we started our Feeding Futures, the Eagle Bites Food Pantry out in Cedar Creek, and that is just amazing through a partnership with the Central Texas Food Bank and the Feeding Futures program. That is available not just to our kids and their parents, but it's after school hours. It's available to anybody in the community who wants to come, and they don't just have dry goods. They have fruits and vegetables and meats and eggs and cheese and those kinds of things. There was not a food pantry out in the Cedar Creek area, and so this has been an exciting partnership. Did you want to add something, Barry?
I just want to say, if you haven't had a chance to see it, you should go out. They have it, we gave up a classroom space, but the need is so tremendous. And you go in there, and it's like a grocery store, the way it's at
Cedar Creek Elementary.
Cedar Creek Elementary. It is worth going to see it. Just
And our STARS supervisor and the kids who are in the STARS after-school program, they sort of run it and they volunteer in there, stocking and sorting and checking people out, and so it's outstanding.
The public has to go through the office.
Well, it's after-school hours, so they go in separately, but yes, they're checked in, yes. So all of our child development centers are Texas Rising Star 4-star facilities, which is the highest rating that you can get, and numerous of our STARS sites are Rising Star facilities as well. You all, you go to the Back to School Bash, and I thank you that you volunteer there and participate in that. 1,000 students and families go to that event and get excited for the school year. We hope they either get school supplies or they get their boot-up fee paid for if they're a secondary student. And this is also exciting. You heard about this last month when we recognized businesses in front of the board. We had 2 Adopt a School partners last year. Now we have 9, and so we want every school to be adopted, and so we're actively working on improving our Adopt a School program. We expanded after-school community education partnerships, and I want to talk specifically about driver's ed. This hasn't happened yet, it's just starting, but the TxDOT announced that they're giving a $20,000 grant away, multiple $20,000 grants. Essentially, we have driver's ed now. It costs $475. You sign your kid up and it's in-person driver's ed. But the reason why TxDOT, as I understand it, started this partnership with school districts is because they're seeing more teen accidents and teen fatalities. And it's because teens are not taking part in-person driver's education. They're making that correlation. So basically, this is going to end up being free for families. So you pay your $475, you take the class. If you complete the class, you get your money back. We're trying to figure out, can we make it to where maybe the family, they pay half of that, and if they complete it, they get, so that they're not having to pay the whole $475 initially, but they do have some investment. And then the district gets reimbursed in a partnership with the driver's ed company. So look forward to bringing you guys more information about that as we get into it. But that could start as early as February. Our high school coaches and parents do an amazing job at supporting Volley Stars and Hoop Stars recreation programs. So we saw an increase of 21% in our Volley Stars program and 12% in our Hoop Stars program since last year. So that's exciting. And we completed our summer care program. This is where we opened up our child development centers for staff in whether it's Mother's Day out or full-time CDC care if they're working for us during the summer or working somewhere else, or they just simply want a Mother's Day out program or a Parents' Day out program. So that was very successful, and we want to continue that. And now I'll turn it over to, if anybody has any questions about relationships, happy to answer those, or I'll turn it over to Mr. Edwards.
I just encourage on the Volley Stars to, hopefully they're trying to tie in utilization of the sand courts. I think we have one in both high schools, but I don't know where that's conducted at, if it's at middle schools or what, but that would get more use out of
The Volley
those.
Stars are conducted at the middle schools, yes.
And also too, I think what's really kind of cool with Volley Stars is that we have students who start there and then they do really, really well. And I'm pretty sure Gianna Tolbosque, who just signed with a school to play, started there, and she said one day, she said, Miss P, I'm just going to try it. I don't know. I'll just do it for fun. And so here she is, signed.
You're absolutely right. That is how we have, more improved high school athletes when we have these programs available when they're younger. And so Volley Stars starts in 6th grade, 5th grade maybe. I can't remember.
Yeah. So
but it's just great. We couldn't do it without the high school volleyball coaches. So.
And then one other question I have, Christy, I got a call from someone with the Lions Club about hearing tests that are provided by the Lions Club. I didn't see them mentioned here, and I haven't seen them at a board meeting, but what is happening with that? Does that happen on campus?
Priscilla, I'll have to check in with Tanya Coleman and see if but they have partnered with us.
I know they have.
To assist.
I can't tell you the numbers, though.
They come in and assist our nurses because we can get more kids done.
Yes, and that was what the call was about, that there were so many of those done, and I said, well, you should be recognized for that. So anyway, and I know we recognize the Lions Club for other things, but if it's things like hearing tests or
screenings.
Yes, that's great.
Thank you. Child wellness. And then the only other recommendation I have is that there is a new Hispanic business network that has recently formed this year. So it is a Spanish-speaking group predominantly, but they are all business owners in the community. It would be great if we had Trish or, Trish and Barry maybe go do, the great conversation with that group. And they meet every month now, so I can give you those dates and see if we can all.
That would be great. Thank you.
The daycare for our teachers, is that, have we been able to expand that at all? I know there was a waiting list.
We are about to expand at Cedar Creek Elementary because we were able to purchase the two Head Start portables because Head Start hadn't been there. So we purchased their facility out at Cedar Creek Elementary and at Lost Pines Elementary. We're using it for classrooms at Lost Pines, but at Cedar Creek, we will be able to clear the wait list for infants, and that's where we were there. We don't really have the ability to expand at Emile. We're sort of landlocked there. Bluebonnet is possible. Should we see the need, we could expand at Bluebonnet. And I do want to make mention that, just so you all know, our BISD staff, most of the kiddos who are enrolled in our CDCs are staff kids, about 85 to 90%. And staff receive a discount, which is a huge benefit. In fact, we had a person who was going to accept a job at another district, but when she found out that district doesn't offer what we offer in terms of childcare, she declined the position. So that was exciting to hear about. We will be looking at new rates in the beginning of the year, but it'll still be a 20% discount for staff, which is huge.
All right, and so as we move on to some other points of pride, these are things that you'll be familiar with, but they're certainly worth noting. We earned the state's highest fiscal accountability rating this year of a superior on our first rating. We got a perfect 100 score, which, as you all know, demonstrates our fiscal responsibility. We earned a clean, unmodified opinion by our external auditors, which is the highest opinion provided. Again, I think this is unique because this is a brand-new audit firm to us. And I think that says a lot about our systems. If another company can come in cold turkey and review our books again, and we come out clean, that says a lot. We ended our 23-24 with a favorable less than 3.5 variance in fiscal year end. In other words, where we thought we'd land, the variance of where we started and where we ended was only 3.5%. And that's actually a little bit higher than we normally run. We normally run around 2%. And the reason for that is that the hold harmless and the template that before Ms. Edgar left, she explained to you all. So that created some of that increased variance, but that's still far below standard. It's excellent. We earned $2.3 million in our general fund interest ratings. So as our money sits in the bank, we're earning money on it, and so that's always good for the school district, obviously. We have a total interest earnings of $4.6 million and $10.8 on the bond funds for the 21 and the 23 respectively. The final bullet, I think, is, I just want to take a moment to talk a little bit more about this one because I think it demonstrates one of the characteristics of team building when we talk about trust. Back in September, at our board meeting, September 17th, we came to you for a parameter discussion to approve a parameter to sell our bonds. But we didn't tell you when we were going to sell them. We set parameters. We're going to get $8 million. We're going to reduce our rate. And you all approved it and trusted us to wait till the right time when the market was right to sell those bonds. Well, I'm putting in the where. You'll see it tomorrow. We successfully sold those this week. We put in the parameter that we wanted to make a minimum of $8 million. We made over $9 million. We reduced our interest rate from 4.5 down to 3.2. Significant improvements. And so what this does, when we look back at the 6 years, those of you that have been on the board for 6 years, I've been our superintendent for 6 years, over that time we've refunded bond repayments, have generated collective savings of $50 million. It's just unbelievable. And so I'll send you the chart so you can see it in documenting. This is a tribute again to a team, our financial advisors, our finance department, and of course, you all's trust in us to manage these funds for the district. So again, I want to thank you for that.
Question about the interest earnings. The bonds are for a very specific thing that we bring to the taxpayers. The interest on those bonds have to also go to that, I mean, it doesn't have to go to the facility necessarily, but does it have to go to that, or can it be for the MTSS or something like that?
No. Bond money stays with bond projects.
So it still has to be in that
So it'll still be in
designation.
school improvement.
Okay.
And what's interesting about that question is that, so just take any project. You already paid for that project, and now you have this extra money on top of it. What it allows us to do, what we're going to do with it, is we're doing a roof inventory. Every roof in this school district's getting inventoried right now. And what we'll do is take those proceeds and fix those. We'll continue, Chief talked earlier about this comprehensive air conditioning AC spreadsheet. Because we want to know when we worked on them, when are they going to go out of cycle, so we can keep planning ahead. We'll use that to continue to balance that out. We have made significant progress. I think about just a few years ago in August, this complaints about the heat and the air conditioners breaking. And just how much that's minimized. That's anecdotal, and I could show it to you in numbers, of course, but I think it's important to know that, yes, bond has to be bond. We can't use it for anything else.
Gotcha.
Let's see, next slide. We reduced the total tax rate in these past 6 years, again, 37 cents. We say that a lot of places, and it falls on deaf ears because we still see our tax rates, and our community looks at it and they say, boy, that school district. But, I mean, I don't know how you as a school board could do any better than you're doing on that. We reduced $8 million, as we talked about earlier, that as it was so painful. As we looked at that deficit that we were going to come into this budget year, it was a lot of constructive conflict, right, and conversation. We got through it. We look forward to a much more optimistic process this year. And then in the midst of that, we increased compensation while minimal. We hit the very, very most important things. We took care of our teachers. We knew that we were losing attendance clerks and registrars, and these are the people that are the core of our attendance ratings and funding, so we had to get them paid so we could hold on to them. And then special ed is still incredibly difficult to staff. We were able to raise those stipends, and then to keep our police force robust, we were able to do a retention stipend to keep our law enforcement officers. So really, other things that I think that as a board and as a team of 8 and school district, we should be very proud of, so.
Barry, I'm sorry to keep talking because I feel like I've been the talking head this whole meeting. But
No.
I also want to say something. I went back home over Thanksgiving, and I'm originally from Midland, Odessa. So the deputy superintendent is a good friend of mine in Midland. Their deficit was $44 million. No way to balance it. Just had to deal with it.
Yeah.
It's pretty dire.
It's super dire, and if you look, the numbers of districts that have now implemented a strategy of a deficit budget, that's just what they have to do. They have to work through a deficit budget and spend the whole year trying to make that up. We're still very, very fortunate, through a lot of hard work and hard decisions, not to be there. In my time here, we've never had a deficit budget. It's just, thank goodness, and that's because of y'all's support. And again, a lot of hard work and sacrifice. So, yeah, it's relative, it's tough.
Okay, we're going to move into evaluating and improving student outcomes. And so, again, Jennifer Eberly is going to walk you all through that as part of your required training.
Okay, so we're going to be looking at the accountability system, assessments, and student outcomes. These are really complex topics that we spend a lot of time looking at and studying and going deep into. This this presentation today is really meant to just give you an overview. So if you do have detailed questions or anything, I've made myself available over the next week or so, that if you want to sit down and look at this more, I'm more than happy to do that, because it is just meant as a broad scope to kind of give you a picture of what these pieces are and where we stand right now as a district. So our assessment and accountability system starts with our standards, or our Texas Assessment of Knowledge and Skills. It tells us what we're supposed to teach in the classroom every day. That's then assessed on our STAR assessment, which is the foundational piece for our A through F accountability system. Now, just as a reminder, for the second year in a row, our accountability system is involved in a lawsuit, so they have not released final ratings to the public or to districts. But this does not change what we're doing as a district. We're still committed to that, to continuous improvement, to all the things that we've been discussing this morning to make sure that we're improving student outcomes.
So is it fair to say our accountability system is not accountable?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Very good,
Yeah, we'll lean on our partner at the state again.
So to give you an overview of our accountability system, it's broken up into 3 domains. Domain 1 looks at our student achievement, so our percentage of students that are performing at approaches, meets, and masters. Domain 2 looks at our school progress, so it looks at it under 2 lenses. One is our student progress, so it's looking from one year to the next on how students perform in reading and math, and then it's looking at how we perform academically compared to similar schools and similar districts. And then Domain 3 is our closing the gaps. So we want to make sure that all student populations are performing. So Domain 3 breaks it down by those different populations. That's also where our graduation, our CCMR, as well as our TELPAS for our emergent bilinguals come into play. When you look at this, the overall score either takes the higher of Domain 1 or Domain 2, that's 70%, and then that closing the gaps makes up that other 30%, which then gives you your overall composite score. Now let's take a look at it even more in depth about our students and their performance. So our students can receive one of 4 performance level ratings. So did not meet grade level, approaches, meets, or masters. Each one of them is given a description not only about where they're performing currently, but then future outcomes. So like for instance, a student that scores master grade level is expected to exceed in the next grade level or course with little to no support, academic support, meaning that they're ready for that. And they're also statistically have a 75% chance of passing freshman level courses right off the bat. So they're looking at not only where they're performing currently, but future outcomes. As you'll notice, approaches, meets, and masters are all considered passing on the STAR assessment. But all of our goals in our district and our campus improvement plan are around this meets grade level performance and higher. And that's for several reasons, but one of the big one is that's where we shift from looking at where we're currently at to really looking at that future outcomes, because that's our goal, is we want them to be successful all the way through high school and beyond. So that's where it starts to shift in them being successful in the next grade level with minimal to no support, as well as beyond into their college courses. Okay, then going even a little deeper into, that's their performance level, looking at the assessments themselves. From one year to the next, TEA looks at balancing assessments. So they're looking at the difficulty of questions to make sure that one year's test is not more difficult than the other. So we kind of say that they're all weighted the same. But looking at the marbles on here, the larger marbles are the more difficult questions. The smaller ones, the less difficult questions. So if I put a difficult question in the mix, I've got to make sure that I've got some less difficult ones so that they all carry the same weight. But one of the things that I do want to draw your attention to also is the weight on the left has purple marbles in there versus the weight on the right does not. It has some dark blue marbles. So just because a test is weighted doesn't mean that every year they're testing us on the same knowledge and skills. Some of them are consistent from one year to the next. Some of them may change. For science, one year may test the water cycle versus next year they may test the food web. So it's not always the same standards from one year to the next, but we get a same weighted test difficulty-wise. So then we've got this assessment, we're looking at student performance, we're getting down to what the test looks like. But the whole point of an assessment is to change and adjust instructional practices that are going on in the classroom. And so when TEA redesigned our STAR assessment in 2022, they were really trying to keep that in mind. So for instance, we know that a student, whether they're going straight into the workforce or they're going into a college level course, they really need to be building their knowledge and vocabulary. We need to be walking out with strong understandings of those. So then as they redesign the STAR assessment, when you go into a reading assessment for a student, they're making sure that they're pulling in cross-curricular passages that connect to things that they are learning in science and social studies based on our standards. So they're trying to work to align our instructional practices with the assessment. Other things in our redesign that come up are really using evidence-based responses. So rather than writing about what I'm thinking or feeling, I'm writing about what's in the text. I'm making connections there. As well as they've moved to more open-ended format questions. So it's not just A, B, C, or D. There's open-ended responses. There are drag and drops. There's all these things to look at really more in-depth thinking than just a multiple choice, because that's what we're moving towards. Now, with that, then what does that mean for us? Because I've talked a lot about earlier about the instructional pieces that are in play. But it's grounded in this idea in BISD. We're using research-based instructional practices to build that knowledge and skills for long-term success, not just for that singular year we're looking at beyond. And that really started with our vision that we built in our frameworks and moving in that direction.
Jennifer, I'm sorry, I have one quick question before you move on. So on the STAR redesign, on number 5, it says moving to online assessments, supports all the changes, provides faster test results. So do those results go to Skyward for the parent also, or does it go somewhere quicker? Or do they just wait until the school gives them the results?
No, they have, they release the results to the school districts, like the individual student results. And then later towards the summer, they go into a parent portal where the parent can go in and see all their information, and you can see growth over the years.
Okay, thank you.
Jennifer, with that, this is something we learned maybe at our SLI conference too, though, but they're using AI to grade these things now.
Yes.
And they grade about 80% of them using this AI to give us this grade. And the other 20%, they still have to grade by hand, probably because it's in a different language. And they don't have the AI set up to be able to do that. How are we doing as far as being able to grade these? Are we still grading them by hand, or are we using AI to look at them?
That is a great question. Yes, they moved to AI last year grading the written responses. With that, we've looked at how AI graded them, because when AI went in and graded them, we saw a shift in the number of zeros potentially students were getting on assessments across the state. Yeah. So
a major shift, though. Don't sugarcoat it. It was a major shift.
It was a major shift. A lot more zeros, which impacts a student's performance overall, because that's potentially 10 points on an assessment. So we did go back, and we've done a lot in the way of looking at the assessments and how we're grading them and what the rubric says. We are using still teacher reading and looking at the assessment, because there's a lot of understanding that comes from that. We are also using AI to put our rubrics in and use that to potentially to grade, but more than just grade, to give the students individualized feedback, because that's where the growth comes in writing, is that individual feedback. So we're using both lenses, because both are vitally important to our kids moving forward.
And something through AI that we learned through these rubrics. And so what happens is you get to look back and see what the kids scored versus their writing, right? So one of the primary things that AI and any good writer does, they restate the issue, right? They restate the problem, and then they give information to support it. Well, AI was picking that up every single time. They weren't inferring anything. And so that helped us make an instructional adjustment and use AI to say the way the state uses it. It's an adjustment we've made. The lawsuit is about this whole AI thing and how it invalidated scoring, because we weren't aware they were going to use that methodology. And so the instructional piece changed. When Jennifer said that teachers are reading the material, that's an instructional thing. This is how I know, Matthew better. As I read and I see what he's writing, I can get a better feel for him. The AI is a little, well, it's for sure it's less personal, right? But it does give good feedback if we get the rubrics right. So we've done that. And the principals love it, the teachers love it, because think about the time. Think about the time savings. So again, it's an adjustment, but it's new to everybody. So is it going to be 100% congruent? We'll see.
So you're not just teaching the subject matter, you're teaching them how to take this test that's continually changing.
That's
yes. The way of being evaluated. So that becomes equally important almost to what the actual subject matter is required.
Well,
testing becomes almost its own genre because you do
Yes.
have to take them through how to use. It's opened up a wide variety of accommodations to make sure all the kids have what they need in front of them, but you have to understand that if I click here, I can highlight this sentence and have it read to me, or I can use the Post-it notes to remind me of what's next. And it does become its own genre that we do have to teach kids to set them up for success.
Yeah, I remember when they first did it, trying to go back in the test.
Right, the students said that to us.
Very difficult
Yeah.
process.
And think about the difference of clicking A, B, C, or D versus drag and drop. Then what I have to do is I have to capture the answer or whatever the issue is, drag it to the right spot and drop it. It's a genre. We have to teach that skill. You have to teach them how to manipulate it. So it's more than just content. We're going to see good content results, I think, on our CBAs and stuff. It's still going to remain to be seen how they're adjusting with the computer. Now, they're working on computers, understand that. So we're trying to address it all.
Question about the parent portal that you mentioned in Ms. Priscilla's question. Who is in charge of it? That's the state?
That's the state.
Okay. Okay. Well, I had some suggestions. As a
A lot of
parent.
suggestions for the state.
Sorry, Buster.
Sorry,
a-
Buster.
We're more than happy to pass the suggestions on. They are in charge of that one.
I would love to.
Is that your Tesla answer? No.
Well, I don't know if you were able to, I don't know if you tried to look at that parent portal, but I couldn't, my wife and I couldn't navigate it. Like, we could not figure out what the results of the tests were, how to navigate it, to get the answers. We just gave up on it, to be honest with you. So I was hoping it wasn't us. But I was, so that we could
That's what I was
Oh,
afraid
fix
of,
it.
actually.
Yeah.
Just exactly what you said.
I'd love to
was
know
that's
how
what I
many
was
parents were
afraid
able to even access it, understand it, how many even looked at it. Like I said, I tried, and we were like, well, whatever.
Just being candid, I mean, it's like the finance system. It's so complicated. It's not, you're going to see a slide here in just a minute that shows, 40-something% is a C. And no one in our brain do we think that a 40 is a C. But because of the way this thing, the algorithms, the way it calculates, it's a C in accountability. And so you can't get a straight answer. That's what's so frustrating for me, is when you see these scores, they look so low, but you'll see that we got a B. They're trying to simplify it by giving it a letter grade, which we all understand. But it's not that. You'll see. We'll keep going. I'm sorry. Get on my soapbox.
So just as a reminder, real quick, talked about this earlier, we pulled a task force together. We did what we call collective learning around research-based instructional practices. We built our frameworks, our instructional frameworks, which outline the vision of what we want for instruction to look like in this district, as well as our belief statements and our action statements, because it all comes down to action of what we want. And that led us to adopt last year our math and literacy curriculums across the board. Go ahead.
Is that the two boxes under
Yes.
the strong foundations? Okay.
Those are our math and our literacy framework that we started with. And then we didn't stop there, because part of moving student instruction, student outcomes, is looking at the systems as a whole. So we looked at all systems. We eventually, like I said, science, looked at our instructional practices, our K-12 curriculum, really leveraging technology to make sure that we're meeting all of the needs, including the testing side of things so that they have access. our emergent bilinguals and making sure our programming there, special education, and then looking at how we cross all of these instructional practices into every subject area, into CTE, into our electives, making sure that we're all one cohesive unit moving forward in the best interest of our students.
Can I stop and just ask you a quick question? Because I know when we had the high-quality instruction materials implemented there this last year, there was a little pushback.
Or a lot.
How's that been now? Are we turning the page on that, or are we coming around? How's that going?
There is, in year one, there was a lot, because it shifted not only the materials that we were using, it shifts the thinking around how we're teaching kids with math and literacy, which is a huge shift there that we made. In year two, what we're seeing is that now people have seen a year's worth of the curriculum and how it's laid out and the impacts on students. We're able to go more in depth with our understanding and really help continue to build that. But sometimes it's the hindsight. We kept saying trust the process last year. I wanted to get a t-shirt that said that because that was the thing we kept coming back to, trust the process. We went to other districts to see it in action. They were like, trust the process. I'm sure everybody was tired of us saying trust the process, but after you come through it a year and you see the whole scope of it, you're able to see it differently. Now the challenge in year two becomes we've got new teachers coming in and it's training them up and they're going through what we went through last year. So we've got a group that are going through that understanding and building that now with our year two, which goes back to our PD plan and trying to address everybody's needs.
I believe our Cedar Creek Elementary principal, the district she came from, Lily.
Yeah.
They were using this curriculum, if I'm not mistaken. She seemed to be a big fan of it.
Yes.
And I was out there earlier in the school year.
Yeah, we've lots of partners across the state, lots of partners to work with that are using the curriculum and are in the blended learning pilot with us and all the things that we're able to learn and grow from also. So,
What they learn and apply it outside of I mean, my concern, like, the things that keep me up at night are, we have a curriculum written by the state and we have a test written by the state that we're teaching the test. So what they're learning in the classroom, are they taking it other places and applying that? And I know that we can't really measure that because we're not other areas, but are they successful when they step out of the classroom? Does that question make sense?
it makes sense. There's a lot of real-world application and connections in our curriculum. And there's a lot of avenues, as we talk about, sometimes we need to bring those experiences to our kids too. So it's the human body, the Renaissance, all the things that they're studying about connect to the world around them. And it's about continuing to bring those experiences to them through our fine arts field trips, with our CODA engineering that the girls are doing, and allowing them to experience that beyond that too. But there are opportunities there to continue for those things to connect to, because it's all about building the knowledge and vocabulary to connect to the world around them. Does that answer your question?
I do believe that it's definitely headed in the right direction. When you look at the slide where it shows the redesign, when you're writing cross-curricular, because I heard you say yes to that,
Yeah.
and you're taking text and supporting it from here, it's not a standalone, I'm writing how I feel. That's not transferable in the real world. This is, and so I think the design is good. We still have to work through how you test it and keep the rules the same for a while, give us a chance, kids to adjust. But I do think it's in the right direction, and I'm confident that it is transferable. Because if you look at how they track the results, they're measuring, if you hit approaches, you're going to succeed here. You saw the example you gave was masters, right? They have a 75% chance for their college entry, freshman success. So that's how they're tracking the long term. I do believe that's strong.
Okay, you just hear so many
Yes.
things about that example exactly of kids, being graduating, and I can speak from experience, Morgan graduated as valedictorian of her class, but she got to college and was like, whoa. So that's where I get concerned.
Understandably, and the evidence-based writing piece came directly from universities saying that our students weren't prepared in that way. They weren't able to take something in front of them, whether it be a manual or a piece of text or Britlit or whatever it is, and make in-depth connections and use evidence from that to generate a response. And so that is the way they're trying to make sure that we are set up. There's some things in there that need to be worked out, but absolutely, I think it's transferable. So then we've got all of these wonderful things in place, but we've got to measure them in order to know that they're making the impact we want to make and make those real-time adjustments. So in order to have a lined-out assessment system, we have 4 different types of assessments, and all of them have a very unique purpose in here. We have a diagnostic or a screener. I talked about MAP earlier. This kind of gives us a baseline of the knowledge and skills a student needs for that specific grade level and beyond. We have formative assessments that are ongoing assessments, and those cover skills that have just been taught. So think back in the, when I was in the classroom, teacher taught you something, gave you a quiz at the end of the week. A quiz is a formative assessment, so it's checking what's been taught. Interim then is a test that more models your summative, and so this is a predictor of what your summative outcome could be, within your summative then being our STAR test. Dr. Okay, as you're looking through these, just to give you a breakdown of the different types of assessments we have in BISD and how they're set up. So if we're talking MAP assessment, we're looking at that foundational knowledge and skills. STAR, of course, is our summative. But what I want to draw your attention to are these curriculum-based assessments, these ongoing ones. These are consistent across our campuses, our grade levels. They're grounded in our curriculum and what we're teaching. And they occur at given points within the scope of what we're teaching. And those are what we're using right now as a checkpoint to make sure that we're seeing the growth that we want to see and make the adjustments along the way. Okay, so then the question becomes, how are we doing towards our goals, and where do we stand using these common-based assessments? So I do want to go back to, as we're talking about that meets grade level and higher, I want you to think about that. I did present this slide last month at the board meeting looking at our early literacy, but I want you to kind of take a look at it through a different lens. That meets grade level or higher is what we're aiming for and moving that. And so as you see, these are the students already in our district at the beginning of the year that are already saying that they are going to perform or be able to access text with little to no additional support. So we're moving them to that level of being proficient readers and ready for that in-depth, complex text that's coming their way. Okay, go ahead. Now, the next 4 slides are set up for each content area, and they're set up very similar. On the top is our current CBA data for this year. Red is the did not meets, purple is approaches, blue is meets, and green is masters. So anything purple, blue, green is what they're considered passing, with the blue and green being our area where we're focusing our goals. Underneath our CBA data is then compared to our STAR data from the end of the year last year. So we're looking at one to the other. And if you look here with math, we are seeing double-digit increases in approaches, meets, and masters that's what we're looking for, increases in those 3 with a decrease in the does not meets. So right now we've got double digits where we want everything to be, which is a direct impact of what we're implementing and the instructional moves we're making in a classroom every day.
So Jennifer, sorry, just real quickly. That formative assessment is conducted how often?
It depends on the grade level and the content, because it's conducted at either mid-units or at the end of every unit. Math has a few more because their units are smaller than reading does, but it follows our pacing guide, so really every grade level is just a tad bit different on when they have those. Now, RLA, going back to it, is very similar. It's structured the same way on the chart with our CBAs at the top, STAR on the bottom. We, again, seeing increases in our approaches, meets, and masters as compared to last year, as we're still working on refining all of the written responses, especially with AI grading, to make sure that we're moving that forward. So we are seeing their increases in the direction that we want to see also. Science. So this is exciting too, because science is in the first year of implementing our K-12 curriculum. One of the things that as we look through with the task force looking at which curriculum to choose, it was in the best interest of our students and student outcomes to choose a curriculum that went K through 12th grade, so we have that continuity. And with that, and the assessments that are coming in with our CBAs, we're already seeing significant amounts of growth in our science scores in 5th, 8th, and biology. So double-digit increases with a significant decrease in our does not meets, which is exciting to see with all the work our teachers are doing with our science curriculum.
So reading, math, and science, all are using the new curriculum?
Yes.
Is the curriculum, these are curriculum-based assessments, so the
Yes.
curriculum is contributing to this growth.
Yes.
It is just, we're waiting, still to be determined if it applies to the start.
So social studies being our last content that's on here. As we know, research shows that the skill set needed to be successful in reading crosses over into social studies. And so with that, we are looking at social studies closely because we want, as we look at the growth in reading, we want that to transfer over into what our students are doing in social studies in 8th and U.S. history. And we are seeing, especially in our meets and masters, those double-digit increases that we're looking for and continuing with. Now, student achievement is the big part. That's domain 1. It's looking at the growth in domain 2. In domain 3, we get down into the closing the gaps in the student populations. But before we dig into looking at that just a little bit, I do want to remind us, because it's important for us to look at this, is just a snapshot of student demographics in our district compared to our state. So in domain 3, 3 of the big demographic groups that it looks at is our emergent bilingual, our students in special education, and our economically disadvantaged. And so on the left side of the chart, it shows the percentage of kids in the state that are emergent bilingual. So 23% of the students in the state are emergent bilingual, versus when you look at Bastrop ISD, 46% of our students are coded as emergent bilingual, so we're double that of the state, and growing on a daily basis, fastest growing student population. Special education, 13% of the students in the state are coded as special education versus 15 in BISD. Our gifted and talented numbers are exactly similar, and then our economically disadvantaged, we're about 5% higher than the state as far as our student demographics. Now, in domain 3 is a lot of numbers and boxes and charts. So then how do you monitor how each student population is doing to ensure that we are closing any gaps? And that's where our wonderful team has designed what we call a CBA dashboard. And so it's after CBAs occur, we upload the data into this dashboard for our campus leaders and district leaders, and we're able to get a snapshot of different student populations and where we stand overall, looking at accountability in domain 1 and domain 3. So for instance, one of the things that a campus leader can do is the chart on the left is an example of a 4th grade special education math data. So they're able to drill down and then look at student performance over multiple assessments to see how our students are doing. Now, one of the things I do want to tell you, this chart puts the most recent assessment on the left and and works its way back this way. So when you read it, you really have to read it from right to left and not left to right. So I'm looking at, when I start on the right-hand side, looking at our numbers, again, looking for those increases in approaches, meets, and masters, which is what you're seeing, and then the decrease in the amount of students that are performing at the did not meet. So in real time, a campus leader or a district leader can look at these test scores and begin to see where we're making the needed growth that we want and where we need to make adjustments. The other thing that our dashboard does is it looks at and it gives us a snapshot of where we're at accountability-wise. Now, this is where one of the things when the state implemented the A through F system, they were like, A through F, everybody can connect with that, letter grade in school. And that's great, but we all have this background knowledge of what an A means. An A is a 90 to 100. That's not how it works behind the scenes with the numbers, because they're taking all these data sets and they're mushing them together to come out with a number that they think. And those numbers don't always equate. So a 44, we would have associated with an F. In this accountability system, it's actually associated with a C. And that's what the chart up at the top shows you. So even if I made a 59, 60, that is actually considered an A in our accountability system. So as you're looking at numbers, just know it's not exactly as it would be if you're thinking in the classroom what an A, B, C, or D is. With that, that's it. So going back.
One second,
Okay.
just real quick. Christy, I know we're pressed for time.
Yep, no.
But this is what the state puts out. I just want to be clear about that. Where it says star performance, an A at the elementary level is a 60. Okay, and then you can read it from there. But this is the thing that I think is confusing when you see some of the data and it looks like a 44, looks horrendous, but it's a C. Through this system, it's actually a C, which is still not acceptable, but that's the point.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And the state also, in domain 3, you see Hispanic, white, all students in high focus areas. Explain that to them. They pick the kids that they target, or that we have to target.
So we've got different student populations, and they're different by campus. It's looking at their lowest 2 performing from the year before, plus a high focus group, which includes our emergent bilingual, special education, economically disadvantaged, all go into this high focus group. So when you look at the domain, it's looking at all of these groups compared to multiple targets, and then it gives us a rating based on that.
Clear as mud, right?
Yep. That's why I say it is very complex and spent lots of years and hours looking at this, so there's a lot to it.
And so every school's different because they have different targets, and then you can assume that every classroom is different as well. And so it's just really intriguing.
So, Jennifer, but because this is in real time and it can be accessed pretty much anytime, all the time, then there really aren't any surprises, are there?
No, we're, of course, the outcome is the STAR assessment itself and knowing like what's tested on there and those sort of things. But we know the whole thing is taking it back to action in the classroom and instructional moves. So even A through F accountability system to decide, we've got data that shows us what our next step is in the classroom. And that's what we're aimed at. We don't need the accountability system to know what we need to do to move forward. We've got the data right here to look at to see where our kids are performing.
And so this data would help you all decide if a growth plan is necessary?
It helps us.
Decides that a growth plan is necessary for a teacher, and even a principal, right, at that?
Exactly. And just so you know, this was created in-house, this dashboard, so that we could eliminate those surprises.
Yeah.
Because we were waiting too far to the summative to get our real result. We weren't real time. And that's why these accountability meetings that we're doing are so different. Because we can pull this up and say, hey, just pick a group. Your high focus is only at 36. What can we do to help you? It's not a, what are you doing wrong? It's a completely, we flipped the script with our principals. It's not threatening. We're trying to meet our obligation to them as well. So.
Just so that I can wrap my head around this, back on when you were talking about you had STAR versus the curriculum-based assessments. The curriculum-based assessments, that's what the district is monitoring our students' performance. And that's when you're saying there's not going to be really any surprise when the STAR rates come out, because you're already tracking what we're doing through.
We're tracking, yes.
Regardless of, we haven't even been rated by Texas yet.
Right.
Okay.
There won't be a surprise of how we're doing directly on our curriculum. The transfer to the STAR test, electronic implementation, how our kids transfer the information is a different story. That remains to be seen. We believe you teach good instruction, you have good curriculum, you understand it, you're going to be able to pass it, right?
Right.
That's the theory. So we believe it shouldn't be a surprise, but we'll see.
Okay.
Gets in the way, that's another story.
Well, yeah, but you can always come back and say, hey, this is how we're monitoring the progress of our students. We're basing it on this curriculum. Some kids take good tests, some kids don't. It's a matter of, I didn't drag it correctly, or I'm sorry, I put cat in there for 100 times and AI was looking for it for 101, or whatever that is. Okay. So when I hear this, Bastrop is flunking, they might be hearing or seeing the 44%, not realizing that's a C, and then I can come back and say, through our internal tracking, we're doing good, we're doing better, got it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, have you had enough, Ms. Everly?
I'm good.
Thank you. You did a great job. Let's move on here. Yes, give her a round, please. She is out. Yeah. She really, yeah, it is. She really does like it, and that's amazing. You did a great job, Jennifer. Thank you. So now let's look forward. Everything that we just talked about was last year. What we've done to meet these goals. And so now's the time that we'll sit down and talk about as we look forward. We worked on this as a cabinet and looked at it. We basically think that we are on exactly the right course. Chief mentioned this earlier when it comes to safety, security, and discipline. That's going to be an ongoing work all the time, and we're going to continue to refine those things. When you look at academic achievement, you've heard from Ms. Eberly and the C&I department. A couple things that we did add there, though. In the first paragraph, we added the science, because we didn't have that last year. So as we move forward, we'll have that in the academic achievement. And we changed the name of, in the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph, we will build a bilingual special education economic. We used to call it, what did we used to call it?
Growth measure.
Growth measure. It's now closing the gaps. So that was changed. The bigger shift came in the facilities and operations. Christy talked to this about developing a comprehensive energy management program. So we've added that here with all due respect, if you guys are in agreement. And then the bottom one is we want to more define our work on future bond projects. We just passed, as you know, $500 million worth. We're in the second, but we have to start planning for the next one. And so we want to get this in here. These are priority goals, but I don't want to put in 3 years we're going to do this on this document. That's something that we can discuss as we start planning and continue to watch our demographics
Well, not only
and
demographics,
the needs.
but, yeah, but, watch our, our taxing base grow, where we can
Yeah.
go out for bond and no pennies.
Yeah, our funding capacity. Can we do it again with no money, with no tax increase? So those are the changes that I'm recommending that we consider for these priority goals. And of course, these are superintendent and board priority goals. So if you guys have anything that you would like to add to that, or
I don't have anything to add necessarily, but if you look at them side by side, the 23, 24, we had initially retaining 89% of our teachers, and then on the new one, it's prioritize retaining high-quality teachers. Is there a reason we moved away from the percentage, Christy?
So we have the specific percentages in the district improvement plan. We made 2 changes regarding percentages in this document, because this is really meant to be plain language on the board page about what the public sees. And so 89%, does that necessarily mean anything to them? So it's really meant to do that. So we changed the attendance from moving away from the percentage and the teachers, but that's still our goal, actually.
Okay.
Kind of like a big picture view.
Yes, Yes.
Correct. And then the devil in the details is in the actual district improvement plan, and so.
And on these schools, I had some feedback that a lot of the work orders, which I believe are getting reviewed, on maintenance. On the maintenance side, I got some feedback. A lot of the work orders that were been submitted should just be routine maintenance. And I'm sure that's possibly being reviewed and looked at and getting a schedule in place like we have a board schedule throughout the year of when these things need to be done, or just may need to be modified. So, but anyway, so I just want to share that with the board that Chief and Mr. Edwards are looking into that and possibly reviewing those work orders to see if, because there's some frustration from the staff going, this should just be routinely done, and we shouldn't have to turn a work order in. So, yeah, thank you.
Agreed.
A boat doesn't go forward if each one is rowing their own way.
These are our kids who did these, by the way.
Yeah, what I hear there is my emergent reader there, just, yes! I don't know what grade that student was in, but thank you, whoever it was. It was fantastic. So we reviewed the prior year performance, kind of the direction that we want to go in, and I think without any doubt that we're in the right direction. And I think what has to happen now is that we have to continue to gain traction through all of us pulling, pushing, moving, swimming in the same direction. We got to get all this alignment to continue the high-quality instructional materials. So I have a little clip that I think demonstrates this really well, and so I'm going to leave you with this thought.
You're right. I know you can.
Look at him!
Now go! Hurry!
All the fishes are swimming!
Well, you heard my son?
Everybody
Swim down together! You understand what I'm saying to you? Swim down!
And so I think that this is a great way to end this portion of this, all of us continuing to pull in the same direction. Just keep swimming. We're doing great, and we'll get the results we all want. Because at the end of the day, their future is our focus. So.
All right, we're ready to move into closed session.
Yes, we are.
Time is 11:11 a.m., and the board will now convene in the closed meeting session to discuss the following items as allowed by the Texas Government Code 551.074 personnel matters. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussion in the closed session will take place after the board reconvenes in open meeting. We will be discussing item A, personnel matters 551.074, as well as number 1, board self-evaluation, and number 2, superintendent's evaluation. And we will be meeting where, Mr. Edwards?
In my office.
In your office. All right, we'll now go into closed session.